Play your hand, play your hand. No fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the rags. And no fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the rags. No fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the rags. No fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the rags. No fuck, play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand, play your hand.
Good evening and welcome back to Champions Poker Live. This is Kyle Miller in booth, joined by one of our stream players turned semi-regular commentator, Chrisu. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing great. How are you doing, Kyle? Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year to you. I'm glad we're back on the felt, back on stream with some of our regulars, including Juicy in the one seat. I'm glad he's wearing a jacket. It is pretty cold in Houston now, but this guy definitely looks like he's juiced or something. Fitness enthusiast, very strong guy, plays some strong hands.
And sitting over in the two seat, we have Kenny. He's become a regular on the stream in the last couple of weeks. Always happy to provide action, but also a very solid, tough, aggressive player. And very, very good to see him mixing it up in the streams with us.
And Cobb in the 3 seat. I believe he's only played on stream here once before, so I'm excited to see him get in the mix again, see how he can play in this action lineup.
And sitting in the 4 seat, it is the fan favorite Tisch Money wearing that beautiful sweater, cardigan. I'm not really sure what to call it, but looks cozy. He's got his trusty card protector, Craig, in the back there. Love to have Tisch on stream, all the action that he provides too.
Yeah, and a little bit of a tough seat for him because Mo's right behind him. Gonna go ahead and lock in Mo as my big winner prediction for the night. He's not afraid to play some big pots, give action, and mix things up pre-flop. Expect some 3-bets, 4-bets from Mo.
But I'll have to respectfully disagree because next to Mo is HV, who is my big winner prediction for the night. Probably a safe bet in recent months. HV obviously doing great in these games, always willing to match the stack and play huge pots. Hope to see more of that tonight.
Yep. And Guppy, probably one of the rising fan favorites here at Champions. Definitely has the highest amount of supporters in the chat. So, chat, go ahead and let us know who you're rooting for. Is it Guppy? Is it Juicy? Who is it tonight for you as your big winner prediction? You can see everybody buying in for 1,000. But this 1-3 is going to be playing closer, as always, to more like a 2-5 or 5-5, and it is match the stack, so chips will quickly get in the middle, and players will match and add on throughout the night. We also have 2 other players going to be joining us as the night progresses. It's going to be Trips and DryGuy.
You don't want to be embarrassed.
Yeah.
Expect that $6 straddle to also be on throughout most of the night. Single and double straddle allowed for the first 4 hours of this 5-hour stream. And then within the last hour, unlimited number of straddles allowed.
What's the delay? 30?
An hour? For this stream, yeah.
Oh, is that hour? Oh, I get it.
Kenny with a limp call of the straddle. Tisch raising to 35 with the Queen 10. And Kenny flops open-ended. Does have a spade on the 2-spade flop. Tisch continues.
Did not expect Kenny to fold to this sizing. Open-ended straight draw. Tisch Money also with the gut shot to the jack as well, though. So lots of interesting turn cards in this deck. That's not necessarily one of them, but not a great card for Kenny. And if Tisch does decide to apply more pressure here, it'll be interesting to see what Kenny decides to do.
Tisch knuckles it back here. Goes check, check on turn, and there we go. Queen 10 gets there.
Best hand gets a lot better. Kenny going to check, and I expect Tisch to get paid on most bet sizes here. He does have a very disguised nut straight at the moment, so I wouldn't be shocked if he took a medium-ish size. We don't really need to blast trying to get called by worse pairs. Kenny hasn't really played this hand like he has something super strong, so sizing like 175 does make some sense, targeting some weak aces, maybe some jacks, which is exactly what Kenny has, so let's see if Tisch gets paid.
The longer Kenny thinks about it, the more I think he's thinking making a move, but does just count out the calling chips. And number one going to Tisch money here.
You got his gutter.
Yeah. Oh. Oh. Thank you. Wow.
And it probably won't be too many hands until we get the Nick game on. The only caveat to that is that we are waiting on 2 additional players.
What's so funny?
So typically they'll wait on at least
Hey, how y'all doing?
the 8th, if not the 9th player to get here before putting the Nick game on.
So you're in New York now, right?
No, I'm in Houston.
You are.
Down.
It sounds like we already do have our 8th player joining the table. It's going to be DryGuy.
So about like NASA.
Oh, I thought you were in New York for some reason.
I'm from New York.
That's right. You're from New York, but
Moved to Houston.
yeah, moved to Houston.
Jack 10 first to act and gets out of the way. Couple other folds behind. Gets over to HV now.
You're
On the button.
moving to New York. Moving back.
Suited 4 high. Type of HV hand that he's known for.
Okay. But it's just like better to be there for it.
Yeah, I just like it there better.
5's buried in the big blind. Just calling.
To do.
HV's raised to a quarter.
Oh, yes, sir.
And we're going heads up here.
A lot of friends and family there.
Okay, that's good.
Plus I like the weather.
You like the cold during this time of year? Okay.
Bottom pair for HV still does connect with some equity, so we'll continue betting out for 30.
We get used
Yeah, has some backdoors.
Yeah.
Pretty easy call for Juicy at this venture, and that's a very nice turn card for HV's hand.
Like, you get the
Does
drivers,
pick up
you
the
get
flush
the
draw.
summers, and then you also get the winner.
and then summer like you appreciate summer.
Yeah, you.
And expecting a barrel now at this point. Pretty big, too. HV should still have all of the strongest possible hands, and it's going to be a lot harder for Juicy to make this call with just a pair of 5s.
And they like when they come here in Texas and they feel so good. But that is the
Does call the 105 though.
Yeah.
Sticking around, knowing HV is quite capable of having bluffs in this position.
It really does. Like,
Ooh.
as like a whole, it does. Like November, October is like really nice.
Juicy river card, and it goes check, check.
It's like pretty bad. Because summers are just like so hot and humid. What a set!
How you doing?
God damn, dude.
So there's the frog.
Yeah, you miss it? You miss it?
I got one.
You do?
That one stream? Yeah, there was like a ton of them.
Everybody got
that's
one.
right. But everybody ended up losing there.
Yeah.
Good trap.
Jason, you know, Jason HV gave his to his granddaughter.
oh, okay.
Dog on there.
Yeah, dude, your dog will like choke it.
Yeah, I know. That's the problem.
Then you have to go to the vet and like.
By the way, we throw 15 for free.
Oh, yeah.
Who's the last
Appreciate it.
Already got plenty of gups in the chat for Guppy. Usually a favorite in the stream comments.
DryGuy. Okay.
On the stream.
I'm Cobb. Nice to meet you.
DryGuy
Colin?
Zach.
Cobb. C-O-B-B. Oh, Cobb. Nice to meet you.
And 9, 12.
Like corn on the cob.
Like corner.
On the top.
What other cobs are there though?
Have you seen Inception?
Folds all the way to Cobb, and he's actually going to take down the very rare fully folded pot. Not often that you see that in the 1-3 streams.
Oh yeah.
The guy taking everything.
Pardon me to the one.
He's Cobb.
That's good, man.
But that That's not why that's me.
Go all in or with the fold, right? I'm just gonna have to rebuy.
Rebuy.
You got me, you got me.
Which is
It's hard to make a pair, and now I got to
Didn't Doug Polk make a video on that or something? Don't fold sets ever.
Yeah,
You don't hold on to
It's only one of the
not folding sets. It's like a straight on the board.
DryGuy picking up the suited king, king 4, gonna make it 15 to go.
Never losing.
Yeah.
Never losing. Even
Born
in
for
tournament,
it.
Just run like sober. I played against in tournament 2-3 times.
And Tisch Money waking up with pocket 7s in a straddle will also defend.
Count on that 3-bet.
3 ways to a flop we go.
Count on the what?
On the 3-bet there.
You wanted to get 3-bet?
4 checks.
What if I tell you I thought about it?
6 checks right now.
But I just called because I wanted to see what you're doing this
I was
with.
just anticipating.
2 checks.
Tisch, still with the best hand here, is going to take a stab
That's 20.
and likely to get called by DryGuy's flush draw.
2-4. Hands up.
No change on the river now. Tisch still with the best hand.
Yeah, I thought you had
Doesn't feel super strong, so is going to check and will be on DryGuy now to try and find a bluff. But he does just knuckle the table back, and Tisch will take down a small pot.
too good.
You check by ace?
Check that aces.
What the hell?
I think it's more likely to
Line
check back
6
5
on 5.
or 3 high than aces. Like 5 high, no.
Sometimes so shitty board for aces. You can get in.
Yeah, but that wasn't one of
I know.
them. But yeah, I agree.
You need change for one?
Like,
You'd-
you
that's
just
good.
wanna win.
You do 10?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, go.
Crack.
Yeah.
Raise. 15. 8 and 9 fold.
DryGuy choosing the same size again, opening it up to 15, this time with the suited 8.
2 4 15.
90.
3 re-raise and 90. 4 5 folds.
And it looks like we found our first 3-bet of the night. Cobb waking up with the king queen
90.
will make the 3-bet. DryGuy not going anywhere though.
2 calls. 3
Sup?
players.
And Kenny mixing it up with the infamous dirty diaper. Pretty safe flop for Cobb's king queen, however. Only backdoor hopes and dreams for DryGuy and nothing at all for Kenny.
3 bet 90. 6 fold. 2 fold.
Is that a new tree over there?
I think
Or
so.
it's like two,
But
two.
then
I think
two
it's a
I
new
didn't
tree.
notice.
They replaced the couch for it. They said none of us sat on it enough, so they're moving it.
Yeah.
Should have gone even bigger for you.
I like sitting on that couch before
When you close,
stream.
you're always in there. Getting a pro.
No button to move also.
Right, right.
Yeah, why so much? It should be 6 times.
I would have folded if I was in the middle.
Oh yeah, I was
Yeah.
straddle. Yeah.
Yeah, Mo did just
I was straddle.
Okay, button is on 3.
Yeah.
Just make sure.
Yeah, I was small blind.
Okay, live 6 on 6.
Unfold.
Double 12. 8.
Yeah, we're trying to get you good. Put more money in.
Trying to take a double blind away.
But if I hit it, then that's it.
Mm-hmm.
He probably gonna be all in with me.
Yeah, probably. Probably.
Trying to play short stack poker now,
Board
huh?
I connected with.
9 raises 40.
As you would expect.
I'll try to
HV putting on that double straddle to 12, and Guppy opening things up to 40 with the ace-10 offsuit.
Call.
It's how much?
3 call 40.
And Cobb looking down at the exact same hand
5 go.
will also make the call.
Six call.
Let's play a big one. Could be the biggest pot right here.
This is exactly
I went
what I expected.
Five.
Nice and multi-way here.
How about a 5-way all in?
All I'm just saying, I made a bad call. I made a very bad call.
He's high rainbow.
I should not be calling this. I checked, yep, I checked.
4 check, 5, 6 check, 8 check.
Guppy and Cobb both hitting that top pair. Guppy bets it.
3 fold, 50, 4 folds, 6 folds.
Multiple players catching a piece here.
Raiders.
What a turn card.
HV chooses to make the call with the pair of 4s and gets rewarded with a set. Guppy and Cobb now, unfortunately, both drawing absolutely dead. It's a matter of if Guppy wants to continue barreling with a hand like this.
You're in the hand. So you need
125.
And a hand like Ace-10 offsuit mostly performs well as a 2-street hand. It's going to be hard to get called by much worse in all 3 spots. Similar logic for Cobb. It makes sense that he would want to call here as well, beating plenty of bluffs and draws that are all available on this board, and plenty of worse value. HV salivating at this spot, though, and he does just rip it all in.
734.
734 total.
And if I were a betting man, I would say HV does not get the action he may necessarily want on this run out. Both players with a relatively marginal ace. Guppy also knowing that he does have Cobb left to act. HV could potentially be doing this with some combo draws, but even if he's getting frisky with hands like 3-5 suited, for example, those have also made the wheel at this point. So a bit difficult to find bluffs unless HV is just going crazy with spades, for example. And Guppy having the quintessential blocker in the ace of spades, removing a lot of those draws. I think this may just be a fold, but we'll see what he decides to do.
Yeah, typically Ace-10 is not the type of ace where single pair ace you go with. This is also a type of turn card where if you're up against another ace, somebody could have hit maybe Ace-4 of diamonds. Some ace wheel suited. Better 2 pair now. Guppy does elect to make the call and makes it a lot easier on the second Ace-10.
Probably not going to get action there. Cobb with the fold and a full double up for HV.
Back to spade.
Really? I'm shocked.
Guppy fans in chat hate to see it, but there's quad 4s. Good enough for a mystery high hand payout as well.
Nice hand.
Bunch of new cash promos available here at Champions Club in Houston, Texas. Come on down, play some of these floor games or even the stream game. You qualify for the Bad Beat Jackpot, 100,000 Bad Beat Jackpot, and other promos as well. So we take a look at the early leaderboard. Again, 5-hour stream, so still within our first hour, still within the first couple orbits. Nothing too crazy to look at here. 3 players in the green, everybody else in the red. And we've got Trips. He's still on the way. Guppy down 800, but it's gonna reload. Looks like 1 or 2,000 added to the table there. Again, this is match the stack, so plenty of players will just be adding some big chips to their stack as the night progresses.
Wow.
And it's
Worst hand always wins.
It's a kind of a norm to have average stacks on the 1-3 right around 5,000 to 8,000 by the end of the night.
Yeah, especially with the add-on mechanic. As soon as there's one pretty big pot, nearly half the table will have an equivalent stack right after that. So certainly can get bloody in the 1-3 streets.
The time price has gone up, but then they have more jackpots.
No, it's
I mean, 100K is really, really big.
it's nightfall.
Right away?
Oh my god, you're gonna pull a ball?
What's the highest?
So if you hit quads or better, qualify for the mystery high hand, you pull a ball.
What is it?
Prizes range from $25 up to $1,000, or also include some free merch, free food, or free hotel night stay. Champions, the only club in Texas with a hotel here on site.
Small. I think 25.
$20 milk con.
What's the menu?
Sure.
6 fold, 8 call.
Mo was the first in here from the small blinds.
I feel.
King 9 suited raises to 30, and HV will defend with a king of his own. They both flop a king.
Ace
I
versus
bet
king.
25, 8 call 25.
It's not hard.
Goes bet call pretty quick for a quarter. And HV is playing the heat. Turns 2 pair now.
And you have to play 2 cards.
Was dominated until this 8 pairs him up again.
I bet 55.
One time I played PLO in Vegas and I had quad 8s. Now their guy rivered a straight flush.
Yeah, so that is still, that's what I'm saying.
This calls
Special on the flop.
allows Mo to keep the betting lead
Jack 2, yeah.
into the river here.
To flop it in a bad
But a board pairing ace is bad news for HV's 2 pair.
Yeah, it's all
Has been counterfeited at this point. Aces and kings now being played, and Mo with the 9 kicker is going to have the best hand and continuing for quite a large size.
right.
I think HV, of course, recognizes beyond the fact that he's been counterfeited, an ace pairing the board on the river is not exactly what you want to see, especially when Mo is the pre-flop aggressor in this instance.
PLO.
You know what's crazy, bro? I'm carrying 2 pair, and I'm counterfeit.
King deuce.
8 fold.
Folds it.
Put him on tilt.
Nah.
Great fold there.
But the move.
Can't put you on tilt.
Alright, I'm gonna put 1,000.
Maybe he was more distracted by the fact that he has potential at winning a little bit more here.
What are we thinking he's going to pull here? I'm feeling hotel stay. What do you think?
I'm gonna go with merch.
All right.
I saw it.
Obviously, I want him to pull the 1,000, but
0 then.
0.00.
.00.
Yay!
I have short-term memory loss. Did I say the sweatshirt?
You did. You said merch. You said merch.
Perfect.
I'm gonna make another.
There's no street zeros over there.
Maybe I should have called for the 1,000.
Okay.
Would have been nice for HV, especially if he pulls that 1,000. I'm almost certain it would find its way onto the table at some point soon. So
Either that, or maybe we go get dinner. Yeah.
maybe better for the player pool that he didn't pull the 1,000.
Dude at my table is cold, so I just bought one.
Good both.
Yeah. I love my sweatshirt.
He's got enough in front of him currently.
Locking it up already, huh?
HV always likes being able to cover the table, so if he's not the first to stack other players, he is definitely the first to add on to his stack.
Folds trips, bro.
I don't know.
Ace-10, earliest of positions here. Straddle on.
He never.
Juicy goes to a quarter.
Never in a million.
And
Never in a million.
potentially leading the PFR currently is Cobb, 3-betting again to 75 here.
Maybe you hear like 600. Maybe you're 600 big seat.
And a nice aggressive 3-bet here from Cobb is going to play these suited connectors aggressively. Usually a sign of a well-studied player as opposed to only calling with those pre-flop. Gets rewarded with a nice-looking flop. Queen high with a club draw for Cobb now actually takes the lead over ace high type of hands like this one.
3 bet 50.
Juicy, of course, handcuffed with a complete whiff, and Cobb's aggression paying off.
Busy working.
Without glasses or
Work is crazy, but no, always time.
no sun.
Always
no
time
sunny.
for the stream. Yeah.
Just not feeling it.
Glad
These
to be
lights are
here.
the brightest. I feel like it would make more sense
How's
here.
it been for you?
Line 6.
Poker?
On
Poker?
one,
I guess maybe the
12,
reflection or something.
The good,
He's
the
coming
bad, the
after
ugly
me
with it?
today.
I said the good, the bad, the ugly.
Yeah. All the hands I lost this week. All the big hands. All the big hands.
Except for today, that one.
Except for the sweatshirt.
Except for that one.
2,000, yeah. I lose all the 9K to 10K.
I see.
2K. I win the 2K.
I guess because
Hey,
my futures.
Yeah, I'll take it.
I'll take it.
If I don't
Yeah,
get
your eyes
chip
get
in a
puffed
chair.
in.
Yeah, and if I don't get like
Oh, I'm playing tournament on yesterday. I was
in that proper
chip
window,
and a chair, basically.
I get
Go,
bags.
like
You get real bags.
what was the
Real bags.
tournament?
40.
It's a 5K and then
Like
$12 straddle on, and Cobb goes to 40.
we make it 40.
yeah.
Always nice to see players that properly adjust some sizings up, given straddles in front.
160.
This is a straddle and re-straddle.
Yes, correct. 9 folds.
$6 straddle is going to be on probably the entire night. $12 straddle also going to be pretty high frequency. But HV, the aggression and no flop needed. Some rabbit hunting requested apparently.
It encourages high repeats.
Players sometimes like to request the dealer run out a couple cards, even if necessary action doesn't require the next card.
Have you gotten one? Have you do you have one?
No, this is my first one.
Ooh.
Wait for Friday. I'm away Friday. I'm gonna play the stream here Thursday or Wednesday.
Maybe you'll win one more. Maybe you'll win one more.
Maybe.
Yeah.
3 folds. 4 folds.
Thank you, Champion, for sponsoring.
And on this table in particular, I expect to see quite a bit of 3 and 4 betting pre-flop. A lot of these players very
It'll
aggressive
be Friday.
with their post-flop play and sizings, and pre-flop as well, of
We can
course.
play as many streams as we can. You know?
Yeah, I know.
2 call. Hands up.
And we have another situation where we have ace-10 on ace-10 violence. Both of the suited variety this time. Both of them connecting one of their suits, but it will go check, check very quickly. And a hand that was likely a chop is now certainly a chop.
I think it's almost button. I think it's almost button time.
Or
Yeah.
Tisch goes into delicious on the main floor.
That ain't my job.
Fade river for some fun? No.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not even.
If no one's coming, we can start.
Yeah.
Well, he was talking about 800 earlier, so I don't know.
And Juicy looking to get value from some worse 10s. Of course, Kenny does not have a worse 10. They have the same hand in this instance.
Yeah, I'll just pay you. I didn't play any hand, so.
2 call.
Oh, same.
65.
哎呀，
Suited. Suited.
Oh my god. I got push on them.
Leader, yeah, if
Got
anyone
back.
is coming or no?
Eddie. The 6 A is coming or no?
37.
Or like what, the last person?
The last person. Yeah.
You are.
Okay, okay. Who is it?
Who is it? Yeah.
Mystery still.
Who?
Let's keep it a mystery. I like mystery.
Ethan?
Hayden.
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 Hayden. Who's Hayden? Like Hayden?
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 Hater.
Hater.
Hayden and his mother.
It's like one of those.
Okay.
It's like one of those AI things where like if you like, there it's like the voice, okay? But like whatever you read is what you hear. You know what I'm talking about?
Keep repeating it, keep changing them.
Yeah, yeah. It'll change to whatever you're reading.
Okay, so that's a new guy. Never heard
Pretty
that
cool.
before.
3 players. Three checks. 3 checks. Suspect 35. 2 votes. 3 votes. Bing! But then move to the one in. Slide 6 on 4.
The last time I played this stream, we did like 1 kilo double for it. That's not a thing anymore, is it?
Yeah, we do them
It's
sometimes.
just random, like every once in a while.
It's not very recommended.
Yeah.
That's all.
The last guy who recommended it got felted.
Lost the whole time. Yeah, JP.
I saw that. I knew it was coming. I mean, he didn't have anything.
It had
He
to
was doing
come.
it.
force
Yeah,
it.
dude, he didn't
Can't
have.
force in a PLO double.
He didn't have it. He just had one board, and even that can be like he's already set.
Could have dominated. Could be
Could have been
dominated.
quartered.
Usually, it doesn't play like that. I don't know what he did.
No, he had a second left flush and top two.
On the top.
Yeah, he did have the second left flush.
Oh, he had a queen.
Queen left flush, yeah.
I thought he didn't have anything on the second board.
So far, seen a lot of folding to the small, big blind, and straddle, but it looks like we're going to finally get some action from those positions. We're seeing Jack 10 offsuit clashing with the 3-bet of Cobb, and quick all-in from Kenny, and an even quicker call from Cobb.
He's a Max Payne kind of guy. That's how they do it in New York.
And ripping it all in there. Good flop for the ace-king.
Yeah.
You shuffle?
4.
Players are probably thinking that's a good board for Kenny as well.
4 on the
Does
board.
pick up additional outs to the gut shot.
You still playing
Any Jack 10 or 9 will save him, but it is not to be.
Spades is in my backyard.
Ace high, good enough to take down this $1,000 pot.
My bad.
Turn spade draw.
But yeah, cool. Straight tie. Works good.
Yeah.
With the pair draw.
Kenny likes getting chips in there, and he'll quickly reload. Another look at the leaderboard. Kenny down a buy-in. Guppy clawing his way back. Surely he will do that. DryGuy also down about 140. Everybody else in the green. HV, the early lead after felting Guppy just a couple hands ago. And after that, Cobb up over 500 now.
The wild.
Yeah.
Just random. It was awesome.
C2 adding 2,000.
You went to that Forest Cloud Park or something like that?
Nah.
Okay.
Just I did one.
He's over there.
Where did I go? I went to some hot springs. We went like tubing.
Yeah.
There was like an hour
Yeah.
of tubing.
I
It was a long run.
What do you need to know?
Yeah, closer to
It's just a beautiful place. Highly recommend if you can get there.
So far, table pretty talkative tonight.
A little cloudy for like half of it, so yeah.
First hand, let's go. Woo!
And welcome aboard Trips to the table. Good to have him here.
Nightfall.
I believe I have played a few games with him before, but not sure if he's been on the stream quite as frequently. Always happy to have newcomers or less frequent players join us in our stream lineups.
3 fours. 4 fours. 5 fours. Hands up.
HV and Kenny going heads up to a flop with HV in the commanding lead with his ace high dominating kicker.
For the pictures, which I was not prepared for that.
Weren't looking your
And
best.
they seem like they're gonna use it forever.
Were you not looking your best?
I took mine today.
Oh yeah.
Very
Yeah,
quick
everybody looks
check
weird.
check. Ace high from HV. Good.
Those 8s, man. Can't stay off the board.
Yeah. Last time I played here, I folded 8s free for like a bunch of action and would flop it.
The hand to have right now.
One of the guys at aces.
500 Kenya.
I'm just sitting there like, damn, that would have been a nice double up.
Yeah.
But you know, we could see the future.
Game would be just too easy. It wouldn't be fun.
We could, if any of us could see the future, we wouldn't be here.
I'd rather just see the lottery.
That's what I'm saying. Why would you waste this time? Yes, correct.
But how? Well, let's see.
Unless you just wanted to take HV's money. Just
Let's say, okay, Kevin. Let's say you knew what the ticket number was, and you knew the time and the location and the guy who was going to buy that ticket. What would you do to make sure that you get that ticket? Would you like budge in line? Would you like beat him up?
I would just buy that ticket.
I think with my luck, I will get that lottery and still lose.
That's so rude.
Yeah, they will think
Butterfly.
Clash of the pocket pairs here so far.
Equal 80. 4 folds.
That's 8.
Trips raising it up with 7s, getting the 3-bet from Guppy, and Cobb choosing to make the call on the dealer button as well with the suited King Jack.
Probably budge in line.
3-way action with
Slot is like the most famous.
pretty relatively even equity spread on these hands.
Have 3
Otherwise,
players.
they don't even give the winning number at all.
Yeah,
There's no
yeah.
winning number.
Because, yeah, true, then there is
Yeah,
no.
just wait like 5-6 years. Oh, this is about time. Just give someone.
Yeah.
That's why all the old people are.
No trips for Trips. Still commanding lead for Guppy. Cobb with a few backdoor draws as well.
And it's always
And Guppy choosing to continue betting here for 100.
I think last 3 of the ones when
A little bit annoying spot for Cobb if he is making that call pre-flop and doesn't connect very well. Will have to relinquish his hand.
which was crazy.
Trips, of course, not letting go.
Maybe they're the one who's doing.
Yeah,
Doesn't that
Ace of Spades on the turn may shut down a bit of action for Guppy
I mean, whoever
for multiple reasons. It's harder to get called by worse hands,
I think the owner actually
and also may not want to bet into an ace that may have floated.
of the lottery.
probably like
That would make sense.
5% less.
And a relative brick on the river here in the 4 diamonds, which Trips choose to lead on. But Guppy, of course, not going to be folding pair of 10s here. Makes a quick call and nice hand to Guppy.
The body who gives the ticket wins. Beautiful. It's a beautiful thing.
But they're on 4. Thank you.
Beautiful tax on poor people.
Yeah.
But I mean, I guess it does pay for schools or whatever they say. I don't know.
5, 6 on 7.
They
double
say
twelve
Money's
on 8.
fungible.
Yeah.
Shout out to Darksy in the chat, another Guppy fan.
First time I've heard it's fungible and not talking about NFTs.
Are you familiar with the nickname?
So there's this 4-digit.
Plenty of Let's Go Gups in the chat already tonight.
I'm
Be sure to post more of that. We'd love to see support for your favorite players in the chat, especially when they're playing big pots.
all the rules and everything of it. All right.
Especially when the Nick game is going to be put on. See if Guppy is first
150.
to get rid of the knit button, or if another player wins that award. With the Nick game on, players must win a hand and show it in order to get rid of that red knit button that's now in front of each player. Last person with a knit button owes the rest of the table splash pot money. Little knit tax helps generate action, as if we didn't need it already.
That's what it sounds like.
Last time I did one of those, I showed him who's boss.
You know, that's how you should gamble. Tax free, juice free.
And let's start the Nick game off with a bang. DryGuy making it 75 with the Jack 10, and Kenny with
Juicy, it's like a
the
VPIP
Dan
challenge.
Faust
Who can
aces
break
is
the
going to defend
35%?
7-4.
6 checks.
There they are.
Gonna go check on this all hearts board, and the Ace of Clubs is a good card for the DryGuy if he wanted to barrel, but he doesn't do so. Does happen to have the best hand anyways.
I was very surprised.
And 4 to a flush on this board.
Ace Jack.
Okay, 125.
I didn't
Big
actually
fold.
think he'd make that move.
DryGuy does improve with a pair, and unfortunately I think that means Kenny's bluff is not going to get through.
Thank you.
I thought I was calling.
That was
calling it shot.
spicy.
And DryGuy is the first player safe in the Nick game. Don't have the graphics up just yet, but as a reminder for those who are newer to the stream or newer to the Nick game, everybody has these knit buttons in front of them. You have to win a hand to get rid of the knit button, and the last player to get rid of their knit button will have to pay some form of penalty or tax at the very end of the Nick game. So incentivizes more action, gets players to potentially open up the ranges to remove that knit button and win a hand before you're the last player to do so.
Flop came Jack high.
Not sure what the penalty is today. Seen it range between 100 and 150, kind of just depending on the table, so we'll have to see what they've agreed to.
Probably even.
Yeah.
No, actually, it probably would have been up because it would have been 3 ways because he was deep with you.
Yeah. He had
would've
me
been
covered. He had Hater covered. Hater had like 6.
Y'all were deep as hell.
Yeah. Hater had like
45.
7 or 8 players or something. He had one, a big.
Yeah, he'd run it up a little bit.
The game gets tougher, man, when you're 700 bigs deep. There's everybody. Everybody entertains their shoulders.
20 on at that point, but like, yeah, sure.
Still pretty deep.
Ace king for HV in the straddle. 3 bets to 200. Trips again with a pocket pair. Kenny blocking a little bit of that. Kenny finds an 8, but also finds a call.
And Trips getting a good price here, going set mining with his 8s. Unfortunately, only one of those is left. The good news for him is that Kenny is also blocking an ace for HV, so a bit less likely that those overs come. But it's going to be a bit of a precarious spot for 8s buried in the middle of these two action players. We'll go to a flop.
They'll find you out in the parking lot.
Pretty nice flop for 8s, though it is pretty connected.
I wouldn't even want to play it on 4, to be honest.
Well, it's because I want to play the small blind game. Everyone was down.
And HV wisely checking his ace high in this position. And Kenny now choosing to apply pressure with the ace high of his own.
It's like 9 guys that you play for like 12
Glad to see Trips get the rest of his stack in the middle. He only had about 530 back. Pot. More than that.
Exactly. That's why like, it feels so much.
On a flop like this, you just want to go with it. Try to fold out
Yeah, exactly.
HV, and
It's like just such a headache. It's
should get a call from Kenny, obviously. Only going to be a little over 200 more to call.
Kenny just too pot committed with his lead on this flop.
okay.
One time, 2 aces to do it for Kenny.
I think so. They call it button game.
Yeah, it's like, it's usually button game.
They do like.
But it goes like most of it's for the dealer though. The one time it was
Board pairs itself, no change, just reducing the opportunities for an ace. But an ace river.
That'd be fucked up, dude. The dealer's like so happy that they're gonna get about. Ooh.
Dead man saying.
How did that go up?
Trips felted. The ace from space giving the pot to Kenny here. Nearly 1,700 in that pot.
Oh, but you were ripping that board. That's why.
Tough run out for Trips, especially given that one ace was already dead on HV's end, but got to shake it off. Got in the money good, and that's all you can do sometimes. So.
If he wasn't there, you get a stack.
Yeah, that's what he already lost his button.
Oh, he already lost.
That board is mine. So.
He already lost.
HV just has to look on from the sidelines with that run out.
300, and you probably checked by dude.
What did he show?
He didn't throw it in, so he's probably
He
already
said he's coming back.
He's coming back.
Okay.
But he already lost his button anyways, right?
No?
Oh, he didn't. Oh, it's right there. Okay.
Darksea with maybe the most bold prediction I've seen all night in chat, saying that Guppy will stack HV tonight. Mark my words. You know what? I have nothing against HV. Great player, great guy. I'd love to see Guppy stack HV. That would be an enormous pot for sure. So we'll see if we get any action like that. That would certainly be fun for the stream.
First hand deal.
Yeah, and Chris even says that after taking HV as his big winner prediction, so
Yeah,
truly not biased.
I care less about my pride and more about the quality of the streams. You know, if it's a good show for everybody, me included, then I'm happy to watch.
Depends. It's just so much.
Let's see if Jax gets stacked or does some stacking here. Oh, and we could actually have something. Ace King now. It's suited for Cobb.
Some stack off configurations for sure. Ace King suited, willing to put all the money in a lot of the time, especially in the hands of a studied player.
And Nick game on as well. It's still early within this round, so not a huge amount of pressure to get rid of the net button, but you heard the players just now reference the net game.
Sometimes to stage.
And an interesting flop here. King high flop is going to be good for Cobb, but it is an open-ended straight draw available for Juicy, and with third pair is likely to at least see a turn with these cards. Does of course have twice removal to the nut straight of Ace Jack. Not the most relevant, but something I'm sure Juicy's thinking about.
Open ender doesn't get there on the turn. Another diamond presents itself.
And I think with a hand like Ace King of Spades, you can also continue for value here on this turn. A lot of draws can make this call, or potentially worse pairs. There are some combinations of 2-pair and worse sets available, but perhaps not the most concerned with that at this point.
What's the one?
Jack's falling squarely into one of those worse hands that can be targeted for value here.
One call. Is up. One jack.
The river, brick, 4 of hearts, and Cobb snap, ripping his stack all in there. Thinks he's got the best of it, and he absolutely does. Not really sure how Juicy would make this call here now. He's got 2 jacks, so he has removal to the nuts, but at the end of the day, it's just 3rd pair. Going to be hard to find reason to put all the chips in there unless he really thinks Cobb is capable of finding the 3-street hero bluff in the Nick game.
Yeah, there's very few ace-X here that you're beating that find some 3-bet pre. Have to be a suited ace wheel. Any ace Broadway, you're reducing the ace jacks and you're beating ace 10. That's about it. Also beating some middling pocket pairs, but are they really going to triple it off on a king queen 10 flop?
Gonna be hard to put Cobb on a hand even as strong as ace queen. And what I mean, I guess, is that would ace queen triple off for value here as well? The answer may be no. It may just check back turn or river. So
yeah, especially river.
Cobb is essentially saying he's got at minimum what he has now, which is top pair, top kicker, but really representing the absolute strongest portions of his range, like sets of kings, queens, tens, ace, king, king, queen. Doesn't matter in this instance. Does get the fold. Did have the best hand. And Cobb taking down another pot. His aggression pre-flop and his consistent application of pressure post-flop working out very well for him. Thinking he's up about 1,000 now, very early on into the stream. Very impressed with what I've seen from him so far.
65 adding 900.
My board, my world, right, Kevin?
Mo. Okay.
Good fold, I guess.
1,000 too.
I don't know what you had, but it obviously was not good, so.
So is he coming back on the button?
I was just happy not to see him snap.
Eddie,
That was-
I paid, yes, I paid big.
can play the button or you need to pass the button?
I don't know. Did I tip you off by telling you it was a must 3-bet hand pre-flop? Or were you not thinking about that?
So I have to move the button to the 6-8? Or I not give it a hand?
I'm not trying to target you, I'm just
Okay,
the deck.
okay, I got you. Okay, Steve 1 adding the 400 and the live 6 on 1. And the C1 adding the 400. And I have a double straddle 12 on 2 and the 3, 4, 5, 6, 12.
Ace king suited and the Nick game.
And 8 points.
Let's do that every time.
9 razor 40. 1 fold.
Folds around to Guppy in his big blind, is going to pick up the suited 7-6 of hearts, and Kenny will defend his double straddle, the ace high.
Cards on my cards over there, but that's actually fine. Can I pay out my stack? Is that okay?
You can do that.
Alright. Thank you.
And a pretty good flop, all things considered, for both players.
Do whatever.
Kenny with the gut shot to the wheel, Guppy also with a gut shot to the same straight but better. 4 would not be good news for Kenny on the turn. Really just going to be relying on his ace high now to win this hand unless he turns an ace somehow.
That's how they were.
TCH is like super chill with that, but I would think it'd be.
And we'll see what size Guppy chooses to take here if he does decide to check, but I think this turn mandates a huge bet, and great work by Guppy. Taking my words away from me, these high boards with multiple draws available, merit big sizes in GTO world, usually pot or bigger, and Guppy decides that about 1.4x pot is his size, and he does take the pot down right away. Great hand from Guppy.
He got there.
Guppy has got the chops to back up his play. Nice work.
So if he triple barrels there, you snap.
That's
You'll see some more timid players potentially give up on that turn, thinking it's a brick for their exact type of hand, but Guppy aware that he's never winning at Showdown with his exact holding, so will just blast it to apply maximum pressure to other draws and does get the job done.
You get to see the hand.
Yeah.
The thing is, I knew you should there, but it's just.
You'll see. You're just too weak. I'll straddle.
Double 12 on 3.
Almost thought about raising you on the turn. Yeah. You can't even do anything there.
At least you didn't have a pair of jacks.
6 raises, 30.
Action now starting with DryGuy in the hijack. Kington off, goes to 35 with it. Low suited gapper for HV, 3 bets to 100 on the button.
it's okay.
I was just
Still in.
We still got a good.
Wait, what's the bet?
100. Re-raise.
We still got a good
Re-go.
good shot at this, you know.
I mean, you get a rematch.
Gets back around
Possibly.
to DryGuy, who puts in the call. Heads up we go.
HV's not used to being super deep in the Nick game without removing that button. Usually very quick to relinquish it when he plays.
They're playing 500.
Yeah.
And a positive connection on this flop. Flops a pair and a backdoor flush draw as well. Great for HV's hand.
On the 42.
And we'll be able to quickly take down this heads up pot.
Do 2K though, and you actually pick up a legit premium. It might be like an auto double.
Yeah, it's like someone comes over.
Look at this dude, 3-betting with 3-6.
It's like someone 1-2 buys it for 50.
Ooh, my
They're
3-bet.
just gonna double up.
That's
right,
what.
when they
Spicy
So
mo.
when I first started like learning.
That's fun.
If I was even a little bit better
When I
pre-flop,
was,
I could have
playing
gone
out of
to
California,
Yeah.
it was just like only on Fridays, like 510 PLO. So I would just min buy for 500 and like get aces and just like rip it, limp re-raise, and like some big stack would come and clear it all out, and I'd have to beat one guy for a triple up. And you know, a lot of times I'd bust.
No, he's
hold
6.
up. Oh, I'm 6.
Yeah.
But there was like one night I ran the 500 up to like 4.5K, and it was so sweet.
Yeah. I tried that once when I was in Dallas. So they had
You have to have a lot of
kilo.
patience.
I min bought for 1K. But then everyone who plays that game in Dallas is actually like a legit Kilo Super Pro, and I realized that like halfway through. So.
Where in Dallas were you playing?
It was Las Colinas.
One re-raise is 75.
Suited ace on the button, gonna lift it up. 75 to go from Juicy.
But yeah, if you do that, and then actually.
The Mallards in the big blind. Get out of the way.
I was in Dallas for years.
Y'all making my
I was with my
defend.
buddies, and
And DryGuy gonna appeal to a flop again.
there were a lot of tables running when I checked
There are a lot of tables.
Poker Atlas, but yeah, that doesn't mean it's good, I guess. But New Year's Day, holiday.
Paired on the top side. The flop. One club out there for the pre-flop aggressor.
Oh, and
Well, all the
it's
foreign pros during December go home.
right. It's also near strip clubs, right? Yeah, that probably helps.
I like it how there's no foreign pros that come to Houston. That's great. They should.
DryGuy's gonna float with the 2 overs and connects.
I've ran into one group of 3 Euros.
Yeah,
That came here. One group. That was it.
Okay, I should have gone. Damn.
You remember those guys?
Home too late.
Remember those guys?
And Juicy going to continue barreling this turn, which should in theory be much better for his hand. Does also have the nip button, and unfortunately for him, he has just run into it a bit. DryGuy with much too big a piece to fold now, you might think.
Yeah, no. I tell people that I live in Houston.
Whenever I tell my friends I'm playing here, they're like,
Yeah. That seems to be the consensus that like poker is very dangerous here.
That's south of Arlington.
For any pro watching, yes,
right next to the American
we
Airlines
get
Center.
shot up every week.
Just like
You don't want to
like
play
my friends
here.
in Florida, if I went there, then I went to
Mine is walking this way. I can basically walk.
That's so sick.
Unless unless a different bet size was announced, Juicy did bet 200, which is over the size of the pot.
And all the comments were like, "I'm leaving house right now."
Yes, actually, every single time that I walk out to the parking lot, I have to fight off a horde of 5 aliens that are trying to shoot up Texas Card House.
I want to go play.
Yeah.
The tournaments are really good.
Bro, this place has really good security though.
I'm sure like huge fields, huge guarantees.
stuff.
Yeah, it looked like a big,
Where's
it
that
really
guy?
big.
Who's just like,
DryGuy doing inventory of his stack at this point, counting out chips to see what he has left to work with,
There for intimidation.
and does end up sliding out a raise here. Interesting play from DryGuy. Looking to deny equity from some hands like the ace highs that Juicy might have, but
Good D.
not necessary in this instance. Did have the best hand, but will still take down the
Like
pot.
scan you in Dallas? Maybe they just assume everybody has an arm.
Look at the VPIP here. Very active table. No shock at that. And Trips a little bit late to the game. So his VPIP might be a little bit skewed there. But most of the table over 40%. And what matters the most here, Cobb leading the way now. HV not too far behind that. Both of them up over 800. DryGuy up over 300. Tisch Money right around that 300 mark as well. And Trips down the initial buy-in, looking to get some back here.
Darcy calling out that their favorite poker hand is deuces, so we'll have to see if the Duckies get some more action tonight. Usually see at least one decent-sized pot with the Ducks on these streams. People like to go set mining. It feels fun to make a set of deuces.
I don't know, who knows?
I think my favorite set to make in Hold'em is probably a set of 9s, if I would have to assign one. Not to say that 9s are my favorite pocket pair, but I think they're my favorite hand to make a set with.
3-4. Oh, yeah, actually raised it 20.
Thank you.
Yes.
So who here has seen Squid Game?
King on king action here.
Season 2 is so
Smaller size pot pre-flop. And board comes 8 high, rainbow,
they age so well. Like these actors
reasonably connected.
look like they're
8 check around.
Korean don't crack.
Checks through and more connected now.
HV going to show a lot of discipline here, knowing that this board connects much better with Kenny than it would with him. Really doesn't see any reason to overinflate this pot for no reason.
There's going to be season 3.
Yeah, so basically
Kenny checks, and now HV looking to potentially make up for some missed value now, but
it's not season 3.
not going to get called by a worse king high.
How many episodes?
And a pot taken down by HV.
Yeah.
Nick game action still on for Juicy, Tisch Money, Mo, and Trips at the moment.
Yeah, that's so good. That was like
Mo been fairly quiet tonight, as usual, but
I want to get rid of some whites.
I guess in this instance by quiet, I mean with hands played. Really hasn't had the pre-flop distribution of cards to get in the action, but worry you not, you will see Mo competing for some of the biggest pots of the evening by the time the night is over.
someone loses everything in the sickest way possible.
Always willing to battle no matter who it's against is Mo.
That's kind of like a tournament stuff. Yeah.
Imagine if you got Felton.
What if you get Felton in poker? Yeah. How tight do you think the game would be?
Oh, wait.
Two raised to 40.
And then the min stack after a certain amount of time.
That'd actually be funny, yeah.
That-
How tight would it be?
There's like one guy that's just like looking to get crazy and like.
That was Thanos and
He became so viral.
yes, he's idolized now. He's so funny.
6-4, heads up.
Oops, sorry.
Kenny raising it up with the, or rather Cobb raising it up with the, I believe, King Jack. Actually, my apologies, it is the button. It was Kenny who was opening up the action with the Queen 8. Cobb does flop a gut shot to Broadway.
3 call.
Kenny, of course, also connecting with his middle pair with a standard c-bet and call on this board. Turn, I'd be unsurprised if it just went check-check. Kenny having plenty of showdown value with his queen, but
150.
moment Cobb checks, Kenny does decide to fire another bet. And although Cobb knows he's drawing live, he may not necessarily want to gamble all on a gut shot, especially given the bet size that Kenny chose.
Have anything?
Seat open for you?
Thank you.
It's considering bluffing.
I don't know, hopefully it's by 11.
Probably would have get caught.
My
Okay,
princess
good.
double
We had
12
to
on
show.
I was like,
7.
maybe,
Ah.
but I'm like,
Yeah, probably.
Back in town.
Right now,
like it didn't feel right. And
Matt, Richard, Sam, Bill, and
I just had a gut shot.
I'm not folding that. Probably the river depends how it is.
Yeah, no. I probably have to triple for the.
You have to like
Left
basically
here.
raise big on
You, meow,
and the river.
Jam river.
If it's
He
like
raises
worse
30,
possible,
9 folds.
then you're gonna get caught.
Right.
Yes, correct. 1 fold. 2 call 30. 3 folds.
Ace-10 suited for HV. Goes to 40 with it. Kenny
Fold.
never dealt 2 cards that he doesn't like.
1 call 30.
Scott, offsuit gapper, he's in there.
that's it.
Trips and Tisch money also going to the flop here.
Trips out for revenge with the hand that sent him to the felt with the ace-8 offsuit,
8
and
check.
does flop the ace-high flush draw.
Board pairs on the bottom side. Ace-10 currently in the lead. Second pair top kicker.
Bit of a tricky spot for HV now too. Is just going to let his hand go, and I think very understandably so. In this situation, if his opponent did have bottom pair of some kind, like a 7, they've taken the lead, losing to a jack, losing to a flush, doesn't have a flush draw, so chooses to avoid a prickly spot down the line and just get out of the way. And Brick River for both players. Trips with the quick win with just the ace high. Going to be good enough to take it down from Kenny. Showing another 8.
8 of the hearts, no less.
oops.
If hearts got there, depending on sizing, pretty sure Kenny would put in that call.
No full rebate for Trips, but taking down the pot and being safe in the nit game is, I'm sure, a rebate enough for him right now.
Yeah, it's nice to just drag a pot, get momentum going back in your direction, get some of the nerves off a little bit, get into your rhythm.
Reestablish that confidence. There are some nights where it just feels like you're playing against the deck, but good on Trips to quickly recover.
9 folds.
Double straddle on. It's 12 to go currently. Suited 9-5. Calls a straddle.
3 folds.
Are these like readers good enough where if you put the cards together, it's still readings, or do you have to start? Okay.
I would
Square's
like
just big.
make sure.
And kings for DryGuy.
Yeah, they can read through. Yeah, for sure.
6 raises 75.
TCH, like sometimes the reader will be wrong.
Goes to 75 with it.
The reader's really bad there.
If Kenny calls, he is in position, and he does.
Play, it's like, no, I know they do.
And DryGuy is doing what he did last time, chose a very big size first hand of the nit game.
Is the reader wrong? Like,
Does see an ace-queen high flop, which isn't the best, but still expect to see a c-bet here. But he does choose to just check back, or check it to Kenny, who does check back with his no draw, no nothing.
feel like they thought I was away from the table and I missed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the check back from Kenny probably making DryGuy feel a little bit better about his hand as he's reaching for chips.
I muffed it so fast that it
It's probably like king deuce offsuit or something.
That's exactly. Yeah, it might have been one king.
DryGuy going to take down the pot nonetheless. Nice hand to him.
Usually,
Probably you scan the king twice and they just put a king up there. Yeah, that's possible.
Yeah.
Very,
very possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's rare that both cards are on.
It gets like that.
Usually it's just one card.
Yeah, it's usually how it goes. This game honestly plays bigger than the 5-5 game. Sometimes.
I remember one time we were going around
Or
with
it's like the same game.
3 or 4 people with 4+ in their stack. That was for a 1-3 game. It's crazy.
Where?
Here, it was like half the table was 4+.
It's usually how it goes, man.
Did you get coffee?
Pretty crazy
Oh,
here.
my bad, man.
One fold. Two folds. Three folds.
It's tight.
Four raises.
Tisch Money finally waking up with a big hand in the Nick game, and no nonsense from Tisch. He's just gonna open, make it 100. And you know, in like a regular configuration for a Hold'em game, this might seem strange, but with only a few players left in the Nick game, Tisch is basically naming a big price and making sure that he does not have to face resistance to take this down. Tisch will show the hand, and now it is heads up in the Nick game between Juicy and Mo. Tisch recognizing that Mo on the dealer button would potentially call wide to a regular sized open, so as a countermeasure is just going to raise the aggression levels quite a bit.
You have to call and bluff on.
To be fair, I guess a good reason to do it would have been the last 2 streams I played with you. Whenever you open huge, you always get freed up by HP or someone, and you always fold.
Yeah. Because I've had like bottom
And you're going all the way with the hand.
I guarantee.
I've never seen somebody so obsessed with King Jack.
Go suit.
Mo. What is the next one? He loves King Jack.
I love King Jack. It's a good hand.
I've never seen him. Like, that stream, 4 times he had King Jack. So,
Talking loud hand.
and he raised.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
That was the same stream, 4 times. And he had to show 4 times he had net button.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, Mo just plays
Must
so
be some
much
of them are offsuit.
Yeah. No, that night you were not running good, but you had King Jack, you will raise it.
I didn't know I love that hand
You can't
that
control
much.
what you're about, right?
Yeah, sometimes you don't get any hands and King Jack is good.
200. Yeah, I've had days where like the only hand of any value I had was Ace King, and I just had to play Ace King a bunch of times.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Two folds.
Oh,
Six folds.
Oh. Those are my outs.
7, 7, 8 folds.
Looks like mine too.
And
I'm that guy.
welcome to the action. Juicy with the good old big lick suited is going to make another massive raise, and HV defending his big blind with honor with the pocket 5s. Going heads up to a flop.
That's why I did it.
Mo's Nick game life on the line.
Make it more interesting.
I saw that once, like someone accidentally showed like.
And a demoralizing flop for the pocket 5s. Brutal lead for Juicy now with the 9-6 suited.
8 checks.
The dude is just red as a tomato.
Even though Juicy does have some showdown value, I would expect him to apply aggression given his massive size pre-flop and his connection post-flop. And unless HV gets frisky and searches for another turn set, we are probably going to see the end of the Nick game. HV seeing if he can defend the honor of his friend Mo, but not this time.
Oh shit! Oh, I saw a set of.
Oh, I guess 7-8 really.
Probably.
Yeah, I was like,
Splash pot incoming courtesy of Mo. You see the price of the splash pot, 150.
150 being the standard size for this game. I believe they usually set it for most games at 50 big blinds from the original game size.
No.
Let's play another one.
Super quick. Slightly quick.
He needs Ben.
Yeah, we've even had a couple of these 1-3s that it's been up at 200, even short-handed 200. But
The record is
nothing too out of line.
3 of them were 4.
That said, some players do get out of line trying to
They don't want to hear.
take their stab at that extra 150 in the middle. $12 straddle is on, and so you might see some of these opens size up to account for that.
Okay.
I'm gonna do that for TV one day, I think.
It's not just 1, 3, 6, 12 right now
I can go viral.
with the 150 in the middle, and that 150
Cries on live stream.
not reflected in the graphics.
They'll be like champions.
So factor that into the pot size, and what a hand for HV. Perfect timing.
Like all in and cry.
Trips got after it on the button, raised to 75, and immediately gets
Tisch breaks
3-bet big
Lose
to 3 1/4.
breaks down in tears.
And we did not see a quick fold from Guppy. He's holding on to this
no shit.
ace-5 offsuit with devious intentions, perhaps thinking that HV is getting after it light, but does wisely choose to let it go. Those are evil intentions that Guppy had there.
Yeah, I think hand is over now.
6-12.
Trips, unfortunately, not deep enough to necessarily defend the 10-9 offsuit.
7.
Perhaps a reason to avoid opening it up like this in the first place, committing such a big portion of his stack, but
Nuts.
good for HV.
What do I have?
I'll give you $1.
Guys want to keep playing it?
Yeah, let's do it.
Run it back.
Run it back, yeah?
Run it back.
Run it back.
Mo immediately requesting to run it back, and that's not outside of the norm. Typically, the Nick game stays on throughout the night.
That's a nice way of saying for the
I'm a big fan of the automatic knit game. You know, there were some nights where I've played streams past where knit game was disengaged for one reason or another, but I think having it on at all times keeps the game with a more consistent flow. You have a more consistent objective in mind of trying to get rid of that knit game, so
And 10 of them.
good to keep the action flowing at all times without any lull periods, so to speak.
Yeah, you can't just sit there and try to snipe, wait for good hands to go. Suited 9-8, calls a $12 straddle,
My fault.
and now folds around into the blinds and straddles.
What are you looking at?
Jack 10 and Queen Jack
Don't say that. We have action still.
all in
Yeah, keep the
for
tick
$12
minimum,
each.
please, guys. I'm totally like the guy that can.
Everybody with a piece of what the other person wants. Beautiful flop for Tisch money. Open-ended straight flush draw. Bad news is the high end is not coming, but the good news is he still has the best hand equity-wise on this board. Kenny, of course, connecting with that pair of 10s, and Cobb also connecting with some backdoor draws of his own.
2-4-80.
And for that reason, I'm out.
3-4.
All right.
Heads up.
And a raise from Tisch and a quick call from Kenny. No nonsense here. Understanding that top pair, good kicker is good most of the time. Not right now. It is a flush for Tisch money. Kenny does have the redraw to the jack high flush, which would seal him the best hand most of the time.
Oh, okay. You know, standard. Yeah, it's pretty standard.
4-bet 80.
And Tisch continuing to fire here, doesn't choose a massive sizing. I think that's wise. Kenny could be floating with some other flushes that he wants to ensure he gets value from. Also doesn't want to scare off Kenny's one pair hands that also play this way. Potentially even two pairs like 10-7, for example. 7-4, which Kenny would definitely play, etc. A clear spot for value now on the river. I think a sizing maybe closer to 2/3 pot would be optimal for extraction purposes. Let's see what he decides to do.
4-bet 450.
Goes over it, which sometimes he does here on rivers. Likes to try to go polar.
Somehow you're gonna hit the fucking river.
Kenny says he's worried about the river, but turn was the problem in this instance. counting out those calling chips. Trying to keep Tisch honest, knowing that he can bluff and has in the past, but has not had to do so against Kenny as much tonight. Flush is good, and a big pot going Tisch money's way.
Very good flop.
I did have the queen or the jack of hearts camera always.
Wow.
Winter Poker Open is coming. February 5th through the 18th, over 1.5 million in guarantees. And because Champions is the only poker room in Texas with a hotel on site, you can use code WPO25 when booking your room. Save some money there. Put that saved money towards tournament buy-ins or maybe join some cash games. If you're already here in Houston and want to secure your way into these tournaments, we have milestone satellite packages going on Sundays at 3 p.m., Tuesdays at 7 p.m. So come on down tomorrow night, win your way into some pretty big buy-in events. And you can, it's just a stupid value, honestly. $350 is the buy-in, and it's worth a little over $2,700, the package that you can win. It's a buy-in into the Monster Stack, which kicks off every series here. Also, the $1 million main event, buy-in for that, normally $1,500. Again, you can earn your way in by winning a satellite. Gets you into the main event, the Monster Stack, the Mystery Bounty event, plus $300 in lammers, plus additional cash. All for $350.
Yeah, fantastic value, especially if you're a tournament player here. I think we're going to have to hop off the promos and back onto the felt with this big hand brewing between Mo and DryGuy. Mo opening it up under the gun, essentially, with the straddles in play with pocket queens, and DryGuy immediately waking up with the ace-king is going to make that call, or make that 3-bet, I'm so sorry. But Kenny looking to get after it. 10-6 of clubs, no problem. Cold 4-betting to 450. Now a funky spot for Mo, and especially DryGuy as well. DryGuy's action looking incredibly strong, and now seeing the cold 4-bet cannot feel comfortable right now, for sure.
All in.
Yeah, Mo as the effective stack, he just jams it.
And Mo, knowing that Kenny has gotten potentially out of line pre-flop before, willing to just go with queens. If he's beat, so be it. And DryGuy now putting in a 3-bet for what he thought was value. Not so sure anymore. Gonna be really tough to have the best hand in this configuration now. So with a hand like ace-king offsuit, it's up to him to decide how he wants to proceed, whether it's cautiously or to potentially see all 5.
And it does make it really weird with Kenny's cold 4-bet. It kind of shrivels up the strength of the ace-king. At best, you're worried about some of your outs being occupied over there by the 4-better.
Can't believe I did that.
And again, you just have to respect Mo's 5-bet as well, given the cold 4-bet from Kenny. And all that being said, DryGuy, one of the players here on stream tonight that has played probably the fewest hands outside of Cobb with Kenny. Everybody else would probably just be like, you know what, it's Kenny. I'm going to put my chips in.
Mm-hmm.
But Cobb and DryGuy kind of at a disadvantage. Lower volume of play with the rest of the table.
And Kenny not afraid to gamble, thinking about if he's getting a good enough price, and he is in there. Puts
You
in
love
the
to
call
see it.
with the 10-6 of clubs. And let's see how this goes.
Max Payne.
It should be like I should.
Probably good announced. I would have to agree with you there, Kenny. Mo is probably good right now, but Kenny with evil intentions does flop a 6.
At least one.
Spades are unfortunately a dead card if they do come. Let's see if Kenny can connect.
Maybe it's out.
Additional outs.
He does have some equity. Ouch to a chop.
Hop on the river. That's how I'm ready for. No.
And Mo is going to hold for a massive, massive pot. Nearly 4,000 in the middle. All respect to Kenny, willing to drive the action for this game. Willing to gamble it up and very live against a hand such as Ace King, potentially thinking that is what Mo had, a hand like Ace King suited. So,
Queens, which
unfortunately for Kenny, Mo will hold, but a fun pot nonetheless, and nice hand for Mo.
How much is it?
18. No, but 1803. Yeah, I gave him the 3.
Oh, okay. Just give me.
So give him 200.
You covered Mo.
Yeah,
What's that?
200.
200.
You've already gotten the 3.
Okay, cool.
Thanks.
Thanks.
And how much
Yeah,
did you add?
2K.
2K for C2.
Oh yeah, okay. What? Oh, no, do them. Yeah, maybe a little bit.
It's a lot.
Zach, what'd you have? C4.
Ace King off. I don't care what I'm telling. If you can figure out how I play, then let me know, and then I don't even know what I play.
I had one of your aces.
6 across, right?
I figured even if I was up against deuces, I wouldn't be happy in that situation. So like,
Seems like it's
Chat loving all the action for sure.
Seems like it's the first time y'all have seen Kenny play. That's really not outside of the norm. Kenny's just
it's out of the question at that point.
a friend of putting some chips in the middle, you can say.
Yeah, even if it was heads up,
Willing to give action and always a stream favorite as a result of it.
only thing I'm.
And there's also been plenty of streams where Kenny will play Kenny's game. Maybe he gets stuck a couple grand early, but then he ends up as the big winner by the end of the night because, again, he has this image. People know what he's playing. It's any 2 cards. And so when he gets there or when he has a very strong hand, he gets paid as well.
I probably would have thought for another 5 minutes.
Maximum value in both directions for Kenny.
Yeah, and really hard to play against. You never know where he's at. He's also cognizant of range construction, even though he doesn't really do it. So it's tricky to play against him.
Make no mistake, Kenny is a thinking player and will put you in some terrible, terrible spots, whether they're in the cash games or the tournament streets. So, lethal player on the felt to play against, especially when you have no idea what he may have. Going to check over to Guppy, and Guppy, with the range advantage, is going to take a stab here at this pot. Rightfully so. Does have the best hand. Ace high flops with a neutral tone are going to be best for him the majority of the time. But Kenny, with bad intentions, 2 hands in a row, is going to float with the backdoor straight draw. Guppy still, of course, with the best hand. And no change on this turn. Queen of Spades is actually going to deliver the check mark to Guppy. Now can no longer lose this hand. Guppy significantly improving on the turn, potentially going to get some value here, but does decide to check back, potentially let a player like Kenny hang himself. And a 4 of hearts is an interesting card, one that there could be some bluff action on, but Guppy choosing to take his showdown value and remove his snip button.
Folds, I most likely rip. I had already.
You could do either. When he jammed, it's pretty easy.
Yeah. I was just upset because I wanted to rip myself.
I wanted him to call and you to call. This way.
I wasn't gonna call. I was gonna rip. It was either rip or fold.
Yeah, it should be the blind. Yeah, you're hoping both folds, he rips then.
And it looks like the chatters did get their wish. There was a hand where Guppy did play with Kenny. Maybe not the all-in pot that they were hoping for, but still a nice pot taken down by Guppy nonetheless.
Again, heads up, you're gonna go all in.
And Smudge in chat, good seeing Smudge pointing out that HV quick to add on. HV tonight with the quick lead added on by stacking Guppy.
My bad.
But now more and more chips hitting the table. Multiple players adding on throughout the night, and it's still early. Plenty of stacks by the end of the night. Gonna be north of that 5K mark. Guppy now bumping it to a quarter. Gets a quick call from the cutoff, the King Queen. Kenny's 8-5. Tisch Money's King Jack. Everybody's playing Broadway. Kenny playing a Kenny hand. He's probably going to flop best.
All of a sudden, you like that hand, but Broadway prevails this time. Jack high flop. Bad news for Mo. Good news for Tisch. We'll see how much value he could potentially extract. Now, Juicy, of course, looking to bet out on this board, does have a gut shot straight draw, which is blocked by some of these other players. And I think Tisch and Mo, neither of them can really go much of anywhere with their hands, especially as played pre-flop. Top pair with a pretty good kicker is going to be the best hand a good chunk of the time, especially with a lot of straight draws available as well on this board. Guppy out of the way. 3 ways we go. 9 of spades is an interesting card in that every player here may be worried that someone else just got there with trips. 9s can be a part of every player's range here at this point, so I would not be surprised to see it check through on this board. And you see Tisch giving it a good amount of thought, mainly because I think he believes he should have the majority of the 9s in range, so is just going to elect to lead this turn, which I like. It's a pretty creative play, in the best of ways, of course, knowing that unless Juicy has a 9, which he was not representing on the flop, usually only betting a jack or better,
Nice defense.
is just going to get aggressive and take down the pot. Good work from Tisch.
Dylan, ask yourself this. Does Tisch's range have any 9s?
It should.
I guess he could add quad.
12 you call straddle.
They easily needle you the most.
Yeah.
Probably had 7, 8. Right?
You think so?
No, 8 something.
Something like that.
How good of a sport you are.
8-10 would be real good.
That's a good card. That's a good card.
8-10, yeah.
It was gonna. The term was gonna get checked back a lot.
These cards are kind of interesting.
I like the cards.
I like them.
3-fold, 4-fold, 5-fold.
No, have you and Tisch ever played a huge
We played a few big
I've
pots.
only played something. I remember there was one stream and
played
the
some big
first
pots.
hand was like aces versus ace king.
That was a small pot though.
Well, I wish
Another multi-way pot here. 4 players to the Queen 6-6 board. 8-6
going against
for DryGuy.
Mo against Tisch and Mo against HP. Mo
Nice to defend the straddle and get rewarded. There are 2 diamonds out there. The dry ace of diamonds belonging to trips.
They should make a video for that instead of a clip. Yeah.
Well, it's worth it because it's
Backs through and a diamond does roll off.
And HV has been very disciplined about checking these sorts of boards multi-way, so unsurprising to see that be his play in this position.
they're listening right now.
DryGuy just open potting it is very interesting for sure. Basically announcing the minimum strength of his hand here to either be something like a flush or a 6, or just very polar in either direction. Deuce of spades rolls off. Pretty big brick here, and DryGuy may think he could have been called by a flush, so is going to check. And Trips not even going to bother to bluff at this one, wisely so. Probably would have gotten called off by DryGuy.
Yeah.
And a nice pot for the 6-8 suited.
And these guys are like seniors in high school and they have no idea how to play, right?
Yeah.
And so somehow I lost like 300.
Just Wolfgang.
Yeah,
Wait, so you don't even know some of the
I
guys?
was afraid on that smooth call with the diamond.
but you know Ethan Tran?
Yeah, Asian Ethan?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, I got him on tilt because, like, I snap called him 3 times.
Oh, you're close friends with him, right?
Ethan?
He might have mentioned you. Yeah. Y'all being friends.
Well, yeah.
Smooth call, just waiting for me to blast off on the river. I thought maybe with the flush.
Yeah.
So then he went on monkey and he started shoving blind everything.
Not obviously you saw now, not that
He
good.
woke up with kings and then aces.
Yeah, not trying to get
Darkseid's
wow, not trying to get blown off
the
the
second
hand, you know.
highest chat pro.
But his net worth tripled up last
Nah, I'm snapping anything probably.
His net worth tripled up. Shout out to Darkseid, your net worth tripled up.
Yeah.
Shout out to Ethan for going on monkey.
No, if you could ever get Ethan on tilt, it'll turn into a dream game. Now I'm doing a new tilting strategy because before I like monkey tilt, right?
A new tilting strategy? Like,
now,
whereas you go on monkey
no,
tilt?
I would go on monkey tilt. Now I'm trying to turtle tilt.
What does that mean?
Oh, no, of course.
Just like literally
Always
block
have
every-
that.
Good news for HV is that Juicy's open will be swiftly punished by Ace-King suited. Chooses that big size to punish the open.
We call that putting saran wrap on the chips. I have some if you want it.
You brought some for the memes.
I always have saran wrap, dude.
Yeah, I saw you.
You never know when you'll need some.
Making it 175 to
The thing
go.
is, when you're in turtle tilt, you're never gonna get back.
Locking it up.
There's a chance when you monkey tilt, you can get back. There's a chance though. At least you gamble.
And Kenny with 2 cards higher than a 1 is going to make the call.
Just get like fucked so many times over and over.
Is in position for this hand, importantly.
Yeah, that's definitely something.
And well, Kenny will not be losing this hand no matter what happens. Lucky 8s on the flop and 4 of them to boot. HV seeing no reason not to continue here. Should have the pretty stone cold range advantage here. Has every overpair in the deck.
So it would have been snap 4.
Is going to continue again for the same size he made it pre-flop, 175, and Kenny, of course, with the easiest call of his life.
So literally I would have lost everything.
You would have lost everything. That's turtle tilt, not forbidden.
HV, of course, really shouldn't have any way to put Kenny on an 8. Kenny does play any 2 cards and has been known to float, so pretty impossible job from HV's perspective of actually performing a range construction. And ace high is good most of the time in this situation, so a continued barrel of 375 makes a ton of sense here. And he is going to continue firing for that slightly larger size, still small compared to the pot beforehand though. About 35-40% pot, I think. And if I'm Kenny here, I'm never raising, of course. We are likely in a dream situation no matter what's going on. HV either has an overpair or a hand like Ace-King that he feels good with. The only bad news for Kenny is that the 10 of spades is not a great card for HV.
You're a genius.
He has plenty of showdown value, and Kenny is probably not folding many pairs, so now at this point, Kenny just going to try and extract as much value as humanly possible from hands like aces, kings, queens, jacks, etc.
That one did not work, yeah.
Most bets below all in don't seem to make much sense here, and Kenny does put all of it in the middle.
Wow. Dude, I've literally seen
High hand?
every single session. Every single session I've seen him the past 2 weeks.
I quad 8s against you once.
Big hand for Kenny, and I believe that will also be enough to qualify him for the mystery high hand jackpot here in just a few moments.
Yep, quads are better. Good for a draw from the bucket. Plenty of cash game promos, new cash game promos going on here at Champions. There's also a mini bad beat jackpot and a large bad beat jackpot for the amount of 100,000. Each week that jackpot is not hit,
You don't forget most of those.
it will increase by 25% of the
So 2 cards have to play on the bad beat.
Yeah. What about
essentially funds accumulated for the promos.
Oh
Because I didn't play.
No.
shit. And it's the same thing for the jackpot.
That's some run
You
bad.
needed the turn river to be under.
What is that?
Or a 9 might be okay. It is. I don't know if it's last time someone checked and they said it wasn't 20.
We'll find out, right? It might depend on the dealer.
Yeah. Because I thought that was the case. He said that was true. Like his kicker didn't qualify, and then
Just like say the time. Like I already know what's coming.
Your kicker
Just,
ties.
like, say-
Yeah, I was calculating.
yeah.
Not the board. You play your card. 6 folds, 7 folds, 8 folds, 9 folds.
And we are seeing heightened action now.
Why it would qualify is because
It looks like Kenny may have been opening up the action with the 6s. Tisch Money with the 3-bet. Mo with the cold 4 with the King Jack suited. Unfortunately, does not get the desired action. Gets the call from Kenny and the call from Tisch Money. And Ace Jack high flop for Tisch Money is great news for him. Kenny, of course, completely missing in this instance. And Mo, with the cold 4-bet, may feel incentivized to continue, but has just enough showdown value to slow down. And an action card on the turn for Mo. Mo turning a bunch of fresh new outs here. 10 giving him the straight, and any heart giving him the flush as well. Going to check through twice, and Mo not going to let this check anymore, and he's going to go really big. 600 to go. Kenny, of course, not going to stick around with the 6s, and Tisch Money now with 2 pair, and a strong 2 pair at that, has a real decision on his hands. Whether or not he wants to pile in the money now or later is the question. I don't think you can really ever fold at this point.
Just like a little bit.
If I'm Tisch here, I'm not in love with the enormous bet size. Mo still has plenty of hands like jacks, aces, queens, ace, queen, other combos of ace, jack that we're chopping with, especially of the hearts variety. And hearts do arrive on that river. Mo with the runner flush, Tisch with 2 pair. A bit of a cooler situation here, and I think Mo's only got 1 move, and that's all the chips in the middle.
All in.
Great fold from Tisch. Doesn't even consider it. Good work. It's pretty hard for Mo to have any bluffs at all in that spot, given the massive blast on the turn and his crazy action pre-flop.
Bad river.
Bad river for me? Or you?
For him to get paid.
For both.
That is straight.
I honestly wanted to fold the turn.
Yeah. I have a Diet Coke.
Scott, I'm gonna add on 5.
C4 is going to add 5.
I think I'll do it too. If I lose, yeah, probably would have done I always thought about it when you got 600. You know, when you have something like that, you get
30, raise to 30 from 3 and 4 folds.
Suited 10 tray, opening it up to 30.
7 call, 8 fold, 9.
Gets over into the blinds. Trips. Set mining for 4s. 4s are the underpair, and Guppy hits his set.
Oh my god.
2 clubs.
We could really see some action now. Get those gups going in the chat with a flush draw and middle set, or bottom set actually, for Guppy. Guppy with the pretty standard check raise, wanting to charge all draws as well as all stronger hands that did connect with this board, like ace king, ace queen, king queen, etc. So Guppy teed up nicely to win a decent sized pot here. Unfortunately for him, Trips has a very weak hand that is likely to fold to any additional action. And Cobb's flush draw is not the most powerful. Only holding a 10 high flush draw. He does have some backdoor straight draw potential, but other than that, all he really has is the dry 10 high flush draw. So unfortunately for Guppy, no action in this spot. His opponents need to have slightly stronger hands, but still a good pot for the Gup.
Yeah, with that being multi-way as well, it's harder for Cobb to continue when he's not closing the action on that straight. And some of the hands that are going to be check raising on that flop are better flush draws. So Cobb correctly getting out of the way there.
Yeah, or you at 8s, whatever.
Queen 6, man.
Queen 6?
One of those spots where
Oh, no.
if you do draw at it and get there, you're still not even sure if you're good or not. So in a game of incomplete information, you want to try to have as much clarity about how to proceed, how to make the most profitable decisions given all actions.
Right now, your prediction's looking pretty good for big winner Mo. Mo up the most for sure right now after that massive pot with Kenny and that big pot with Tisch as well.
Sweat.
And both players holding a deuce in their hand. Mo's currently superior until the flop comes a 3 for Kenny.
And if you would think about a Kenny board, this would be one. 7-6 tray flop. Do have a jack come on the turn, but continues to check through.
Check.
3.
And checks through again.
Mo refusing to overinflate the pot against a capable player, capable of connecting with that board in all sorts of mysterious ways.
6 is ending on 1K.
Where is Kenny?
More add-ons announced. Another 1,000 to the table.
Something like that.
Alright, I'll start. Just straddle the 12 from seat 3. 6 and 12 to call. Four raises to 30 and 5 folds. 6 folds. 7 call. 8 folds. 9 folds. 2 folds.
Threes, the initial opener here. $12 straddle on. Just goes to 30 and gets 3 customers.
18 more 4-ways.
4 players.
Not any two.
And
Any two.
And Kenny does in fact have any 2, holding a 2 in his hand with 8 deuce.
Check 3, check 3, check. Check 7. 4.
Cobb taking the lead on this board, flopping a queen, turning a jack. Everyone else in this hand, save Tisch, is drawing stone cold dead. And Tisch not going to mess around on this board either. Should be a pretty quick victory for Cobb.
No one had an ace.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah, not any 2. Good 2.
Good too.
That is 2 good cards.
Thank you. No one had ace, no one had diamonds.
Do appreciate each and every one of you out there watching. If you don't mind dropping a like and subscribe for us on the channel, do appreciate that. Your support helps us continue to bring all of this lovely action your way. Also just puts us more into your feed. Reminds you of when we might be live streaming either some of our deep stack cash games or our large guarantee final tables. And we actually will be streaming some of our more regular final tables, the larger monster stacks, single day events outside of the tournament series. But of course, we do have the Winter Poker Open coming February 5th through the 18th. There will be feature tables and final tables streamed during that, if you're a tournament fan as well. Guppy, a fan of the Jacks, and plenty of fans in the chat for Guppy. I think he might just take this one down here.
I don't
but
think, I don't really think so. I mean, of course, you're right. 5-4 suited. It's really not the best hand, but 5-4 suited performs really well against a 4-bet range, at least in theory. And I know for a fact that HV has studied a lot of theory in his time, so does connect with this board. Unfortunately for him, is probably going to have to pay off 1 barrel at least. Connecting with the bottom pair would be a reasonable defend, also a reasonable abort. I like both options. options. Only play I wouldn't like here would be a raise. No reason to blow up this pot when Guppy's range is still fully uncapped. And on this 10 of clubs turn, I think HV is going to get exactly what he wants, and it should be a check back from Guppy. HV defending the 3-bet on a king high board does mean that he connected with this board in some capacity, so he will buy himself a free river, and he gets exactly what he wants with the 5 of diamonds. I really think HV has played this hand perfectly. Defended the 4-bet properly with his hand, correctly called the flop bet, and correctly getting to river with 2 pair. Likely to be the best hand now for sure, unless he's up against a few combos of kings or 10s. And those hands probably don't play this way either. Maybe wanting to charge draws. So tough luck for Guppy in this instance. I think he is just going to make a disciplined fold. It's a bit difficult for HV to have a bluff here because the front door flush draw did also complete. So most of hands that HV would be continuing with should have improved to take the lead. Even hands as speculative as Queen Jack of Diamonds, for example, have improved to take the lead. So Guppy should think it over, but this should unfortunately be a straightforward fold for him. Not much you can do, but both players I think have played the hand very well.
6-5? Oh yeah, suited connect.
Guppy does make the fold and gets to see that it was a good fold in the end. 5-4 getting there and having to show because of the Nick game. And we are now heads up in the Nick game between Juicy and Trips.
This is not a piece. What do you check time? But why do you think that was one? Huh?
I mean, you can't fold if you pre-bet like that.
No, I'm just saying, why would he take it? Just to save face, yeah. Just to save face, like, or to think if you get from
Just to make sure that you get a pretty good hand fold. I see you do that. Because you pre-raise, right?
folds.
And
Yeah, but then when we watch it back on stream, you just look douchey.
You gotta do it.
True.
7 raises to 35 and 8 and 9 fold.
We'll see, right? I'll go back and watch that one. And you know I have a button, dude. Oh, you do? Oh, yeah. Alright. I know if that was yours or Zach's.
Oh, yeah.
175.
3 raises to 175 and 4 fold.
Take needle, bro.
Free bet here. A very good 3-bet candidate. It's King Queen out of the bigs. And Kenny gonna see a flop, maybe a river, maybe not a river.
Probably not anymore. Beautiful flop for Cobb. Backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, top pair. What's not to love? Does decide to check, and against a player like Kenny, this option makes plenty of sense. You're trying to let his worst hands improve in some sort of way to get more value. Middle card pairing isn't the best thing in the world, but it's pretty hard not to put in a bet here for some kind of value at this point, with a hand as strong as King Queen suited. And Kenny, of course, no connect, no money put in the middle.
Show him.
Come on.
Always happens.
Was that a top pair? I haven't even seen a flop.
Top pair.
But it's not good. Jack's there.
Top pair.
Two jacks.
Two pair. Top 2 pair king kicker, no good.
Not till last hour.
Any other board, yeah.
The last hour.
You can blind raise.
Well,
No, if I have jack, that's
25.
raise you there, right?
And I think HV, you could actually double blind raise if you wanted to.
Ooh, yeah.
Live race.
If that's the case, why don't we just all go all in blind? Yeah.
Do a sweat.
A nine-way food.
I can't believe there's a name for that. That's how degen.
Yeah.
But if I have jack, you're getting covered.
Oh no, I know that. I know that.
And there is no way for it.
I felt like I had.
Probably would have checked on the river, still get something.
Unfortunate.
Any
Why I
card.
hate blind raising,
If I
because
check
everybody's
back,
a
I'm
win.
like, I may as well just bet big in case you have a weaker king queen or yeah.
Ace wheel gets there and is the only ace in the hands.
DryGuy is going to float with this nip button in play, or with these nip buttons in play rather, looking to try and get there with his backdoor equity, or I'm sorry, trips, not DryGuy, misreading where the hands are, and pretty of a turn as you can possibly ask for with Trips' exact holding, is going to turn a flush draw and electing to lead out on this turn. Takes the betting lead for 140. Mo, seeing that Trips does have a nip button, weak top pair, but top pair nonetheless, and presumably will have to make this call. Too many draws available on board to consider a fold at this juncture. Heart on the river will unfortunately spell the end of the Nick game, though, for Juicy. Trips very quickly taking the lead with this flush. Kind of sucks for Mo holding the ace of hearts now, because it's much less likely that Trips would have a flush, given that he does not have the ace of hearts in his hand. Could still, of course, have a flush, but less combinations of that. And Trips' all-in bet on the river is basically flush or nothing at this point. Maybe a straight goes for value in this situation, but there's not very many of them left, so Mo is just going to wisely make a quite disciplined fold.
Nice hand.
And Trips takes it down, and Juicy will have to pay out the nit tax.
Gonna look at PFR and some additional numbers. So raising when entering pots, that's what we're looking at right here, right now. And as far as frequency and percentages goes, this is pretty aggressive. As you've seen the play, there's been plenty of 3-bets, 4-bets, calls with 10-6 suited, you know.
Standard stuff.
Standard 1-3 action here at Champions. And what matters most is that I called Mo as the big winner prediction, and he's coming through for me tonight.
You're very right. That's almost 3,000 in the green for Mo. Kenny, of course, taking that big hit to propel Mo to the top. Still plenty of time left, plenty of action to go, but Mo a big front runner for that biggest winner column. The good news for my prediction is that HV has matched the stack and matched it again to reach the top of the leaderboards there. So gonna be fun to see any big pots that these players might get involved in as the night wears on.
Yeah, and if you've seen HV play before and you've watched to the end of each stream, as you should do this evening and every time we stream, HV likes winning big pots at the end of the night. Somehow he always finds his way into one of the largest pots within the last 5 or 10 hands or so.
Good fold, good fold.
Mo squeezing this one.
Could have increased it.
Too many callers of that $12 straddle.
You can always do that.
Has a good squeeze candidate. Suited ace. Big blind. Goes big, and it's partially big, just like it seems bigger than what it actually is, given that there's a dead 150 in the middle for the splash pot. And that 150 not factored into the 650 in the graphics that you see for the pot size. So pot closer to 800.
A monster flop for Kenny's hand. Flopping a queen and his kicker seems pretty live. So gonna be tough for everybody else involved in this hand to really do anything. Mo with the correct raise pre-flop, but an absolute brick of a flop. It's going to be impossible to play out unless he goes massive and raises it up, and Kenny's just not the right customer to try and ask to fold a pair. So wise fold from Mo, and Juicy also handcuffed just a bit. Does have some backdoor draws and will take a turn with the king jack. And look at this, improves to the best hand now. Is rewarded for the speculative call. And now Kenny's best hand shriveling up. Kenny, of course, not really any way to know that. King of spades honestly shouldn't connect with Juicy's calling range much at all. So unfortunately for him, Juicy has taken the lead and will most likely be the winner of this pot, assuming no drastic changes on the river.
And look at this SPR already. Already perfect. 16, sorry, more than perfect. Got to factor in that there's an additional 150 in the middle, courtesy of Juicy. So pot is 1,800. Both players with less than 1,800 in their stacks.
And Juicy sees how much Kenny has behind and sees what he has as well. Not many sizes make sense on a raise here, except for all of it. And all of it is put into the middle. Kenny shakes his head. It sucks to hear that, but he's not folding. That's for sure.
Yeah, you heard him say it. So sick, but whatever. He's got a pair. He's stuck, and he's looking to get there. Does not. King Jack to drag it. Loses the Nick game, but wins it back and 2,400 on top.
I think I'll pay 150 to win 2.4 every time, if I had the option to. Great hand from Juicy here. Able to recover everything and then some. Unfortunate for Kenny. Best hand on the flop, but ugly turn card. And we just looked at the numbers a few moments ago, but let's look right back at it. Kenny now stuck a cool $5,000 at the moment. The only other players down at the moment are Guppy and Trips trying to work their way out of the hole. Everybody else in the green with Mo, Juicy, and Cobb taking the head of the pack.
And more stacks getting around that 5K mark. Again, we've mentioned stacks can easily end up around the 8K mark. We've seen multiple 10K stacks on multiple 1-3 streams here at Champions.
Oh.
I could have got max value out of quick.
Plenty of money to be won.
I was gonna jam.
And the pots will continue to grow as stacks grow throughout the evening.
Without a doubt.
Glad I didn't.
I thought you were going to call me on the river, honestly.
No.
Because I knew my line was fishy. Not fishy enough.
Sometimes I call.
40?
It is.
Thank you.
Ball. It is 2 and 7. We made it.
Heads up this time. 8-5 suited defends the straddle, and Jack 7 is going to Jack 7, making top and bottom. Trips does have a gut shot, but no club out there. Goes check, bet, fold. And we're on to the next one.
No rebate for Kenny here. Looks like the table did not immediately reactivate the nit game, which is surprising. Looking to see maybe where the holdup is and if they plan on restarting it soon.
12 to 12 straight.
Nothing crazy there. Hand 44 of the night.
Right.
Typically get in a little over 100 hands each stream. They're on a pretty good pace of things tonight. Seven for the famous Dan Fouts stream hand. It might get there. It might not. Queens in the small blind for trips.
And unless Trips makes this massive, we will see a flop with 7-4, and Kenny will have it in his hand.
See if it gets there. Heads up we go. 100 in the middle.
Not a flop that would do Dan proud. Ace high flop, no good for Kenny's hand. Not great for queens either, but Jack of Hearts on the turn is going to be a good enough one for the queens to bet, and a poor enough one for the 7-4 to fold.
Good shot of Trips there. Nice hat. Nice glasses. Nice guy. I love playing with Trips. He's in the Hold'em lineup, obviously, but does love some PLO. 4-card enjoyer. Nicknamed the PLO Wizard. Part of the team, Yo Yeah.
3 folds. 4 raises to 30 and 5 folds.
Ace King goes to 30. It's Tish money with the offsuit Big Slick. Gets called by a worse king on the button. And Kenny's going to defend the straddle. Jack, Trey Deuce.
Check my
No pair, nowhere.
7 bets 30. All from 2.
Trips takes a stab. Kenny calls. 2 overs for the Ace King. Can't fold for 30.
And Kenny really gets the card that he wants here on the 5 of spades. Improves to that open-ended straight draw. And fortunately for him, neither of his opponents have anything. Kenny just deciding to push it out there and will quickly get some folds. Nice little pot taken down there for Kenny.
Damn. Damn.
6-4, good, man.
Let's do it.
Woo, woo.
How does he get lit?
Damn.
Negotiate.
Yeah, you get a second actually. You can.
I think that's an extra one. Oh yeah, anyone I will.
Four folds. 5 raises to 25. 6 folds. 7 raises to 75 and 8 and 9. 11 folds.
Trips going to be 3-betting with the pocket 8s, a hand that has caused some nightmares to begin the stream. And Mo, of course, defending his open. And Kenny with beautiful suited 7-6, never letting go.
7 gets there.
But everybody on this board has a pretty significant piece. Mo with an open-ended straight draw. Trips also holding a pair. And this hand is over for everyone else. Mo with the nuts on the turn. And if Mo bets here, he's probably only going to get called by Kenny, if I had to guess. Kenny may think that his 2-pair or trip draw is live. It is unfortunately not. And especially for trips, he knows that this board should be way better for him, and you know, it's smart by Kenny too, recognizing the exact same thing. Mo leading on a board that should in theory be way better for the 3-better is a sign of quite a lot of strength. Mo with the Rolling Stones on that turn, and we'll take down the first hand of the Nick game.
Doo-doo.
Glad to see the Nick game back on.
No nuts, no bet. The spirit of the Nick game. Nuts, no bet.
Like a monocle, like a single line.
6.
Crying, the 6 is auto.
She's crying, I see like tears.
Who's crying? Your girl. Your girl thing. I don't know. She's thinking. Oh no. That's a sticker.
Oh.
Yeah. She's sad. Maybe. I don't know. Are you?
Are you? It's like there could be some.
We ran the data and analytics, and we actually just got confirmation that the most chatted word ever in Champions Livestream history is in fact Guppy or Gup. So good work, guys. Really, really doing numbers here in the chat. That was a little joke for you, but I'd actually be shocked if that wasn't the most posted word in the chat all time.
She knows what it is.
7-4 gets there is a close second place now.
Yeah.
95.
7 deuce doing 7 deuce things.
Kenny with the rare 3-bet as well tonight. 3-betting with the 10-9 offsuit as opposed to just making the call. 7 deuce crushed, no connection except for backdoor belief. And it looks like Trips is still believing. Counting out that call. Holding that black chip in hand, but we'll see if he decides to make it. He does make the call. Evil master plan brewing for Trips.
Unfortunate for him, though.
He's playing against the one player who will never fold his hand on this table. And Kenny just decides to end the hand right there. What do you do with 7 deuce where you call with bad intentions and kind of get what you want on the turn? There it is.
No.
Drop it in the middle. 7 Dewey way, way behind, looking for a 7 or a deuce to pull himself out of the hole for Trips. Doesn't get there. 2-pair for the wrong person. Kenny takes it down with the 9-10.
Wow.
And Tripp showing that he was willing to gamble and get it in there with the 7 deuce. Mad respect. But Kenny is going to take down that pot. And slowly but surely begin crawling his way back up the leaderboard.
He's going to need to do it a couple more times. He's down 4,000 and Tripp's now down 2,000. Guppy also in the red, stuck nearly 600. Everybody else in the green. Mo in the lead, 2,600. Nearly 1,800 for Juicy. And Cobb pretty close to that 1K mark. Nick game continues.
No, just heads up. Whoever wants to play.
Whoever you're betting with.
Yes.
But you have to choose a
Matt
specific
does that
card.
all the time.
But if you're in the hand, it gets kind of weird. I guess both people would have to rotate.
No, it doesn't matter. You maybe don't see the river. You don't know.
Well, it's just like you're never going to call a card you have.
6 folds, 8 folds.
So it's
No,
like,
you have to say before. Every time it's fixed.
Yeah.
You can't keep changing.
Oh, before the hand starts.
Yeah.
Okay.
The whole night.
Yeah, you gotta stay on one side. You
I
stay
see.
red, he stays black.
I see. No, it's like one card. I see.
Queens for Mo, and he's going to get action. Kenny has 9s buried. Now king queen in the big blind also gonna have to see the flop.
And 8's buried under an even bigger pile of rubble for Tisch money.
Yeah, and it's Kenny bumping it to 75. Gonna give Mo the opportunity to place sizable 4-bet here. Doesn't want to go super multi-way with the queens, so
Mo has no intention of playing this hand out of position if he can help it. So there will be 4-betting here. And I'm not going to be shocked if Kenny just drops the 1K plaque and all the rest in the middle as well. But he does just make the call. Out of position as he may be, he is going mining with those 9s. And I have a feeling Tisch money and Cobb are both going to let this go. It'll be a disciplined fold for Tisch, but really not worth it set mining against an extremely wide range potentially and an extremely narrow range. Really caught in the middle of an uncomfortable blender.
board comes ace king high.
Thank you.
Typically queens don't mind seeing 1 overcard, but 2 a little bit more dangerous. Maybe not so much against Kenny.
Yeah, and this is a c-bet of your range every single time in a game like this. Really no sense in anything else. Should have the best hand. Still a good percentage of the time. Not happy with the board, but not upset with it either.
Might go over there instead.
Cobb, unfortunately, folding the best hand, but hard to even think that in this moment. Ace-king high board is all Mo all day, given the action.
Unbelievable.
And it goes check, check.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Mo's position really means a lot in this hand and on this type of board.
They gamble.
He could have even fired turn and then checked back river, but he goes check, check on both streets here, gets it to showdown, and drags the pot. Perfectly fine, played both ways,
Check.
and a nice pickup regardless.
And this is one of those situations where you think to yourself, maybe a player like Kenny could find a creative bluff on the river, but I just don't really think it makes much sense to even try. Both with Kenny's reputation as potentially having a wide range, but also just the overwhelming range advantage that Mo has on that board. Ace, king, jack high board. It's very, very hard for Mo not to have a strong hand given the configuration. So Kenny, very wisely, not going to try anything silly. And Mo, top of the leaderboard by a big margin. It's not particularly close. I'm starting to lose a bit of faith in Team HV. We're going to have to see some big pots here.
Next thing.
Yeah, I want to.
Damn it, I wouldn't have cold called that 3-bet then.
Ace queen first in from the cutoff.
I'm gonna call 4-bet. You probably win, right?
No, well, I mean, I would have bluffed, but...
And it's 5s, the black 5s in the small blind for Cobb.
I hate to see it. That's the plan.
Ace 7 out of the way.
It's a deviation.
Nick game's off.
It's a deviation I made that I don't usually
Oh, the Nick game's off?
Calm down.
If you guys only saw
Very good speech play. Very good speech play.
Heads up now.
Oh no, it absolutely.
Just to get rid of my button.
Very good speech play. Charlie Carroll approved.
Okay, you gotta go back and watch that hand, please. If you
Juicy continues for 30, but 5s on this board can't go anywhere.
nip button.
But then you might would have hit it, the deuce.
No.
Is he gonna get 150 shows?
Jack of hearts
It would
on
have
the
been
turn.
far on this board. I appreciate it.
And Juicy not slowing down. Cobb still check calling here. Still has the best of it and checks the 6 clubs river. Just trying to get to showdown, and Juicy might wave the flag here. He does.
You had my outs.
I had 5-4 off.
Good check there.
And you were about to do something crazy?
Oh, yeah.
Nice pot there for Cobb with 5s. Can't complain about that.
I like that better though. I had a. So what is the splash pot?
Yeah. Whenever Kenny gets
Oh,
it.
is that it?
He has to. He has
We'll
to
wait for him.
We should probably wait for
because
him.
that's out of Kenny's stack.
Yeah.
Just wait, guys. It doesn't have to be.
It's not.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Every hand's right now.
Yeah.
Let Cobb get aces right now.
Play regular poker, please.
Yeah.
Play 1-3.
Ryan, you're the straddle. Or
wait. You want?
Yeah, 6.
Oh, yeah.
Six is auto.
That
Auto.
That's approved.
I love how they're like, where's the 6 at?
Make sure it's not trash.
Blinds are 1-3, but the 6 optional, but pretty much mandatory. Again, we do limit the number of straddles to 2 straddles for the first 4 hours of the stream. And then the last hour of the stream, pretty much anything allowed. Guppy smashes this flop. Unfortunately for him, he's not much up against much of a hand. 7-4, the infamous stream hand, has gut shot and does continue. Turns open-ended now. Guppy, the same top pair, second nut flush draw. Goes running 9s. HV just barely beating the board. Doesn't stab.
did you get
Is
a?
that the 150? Yeah. Yeah, so we'll do it next time.
You need change?
That was from your stack though, right?
Yeah.
We're going to add anyways.
You need change?
So you'll technically add
Oh, okay.
850.
Cool.
2 1/4, more than enough to take that one down. Guppy just had to breathe on it. HV would fold.
Just keep it. We're gonna pay it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? The button.
Oh, we're playing the
The game's back on after this.
Keep the buttons, but
Splash pop is gonna happen.
This is a splash spot.
This is just a splash.
Next time we play
C2
this.
is adding 850 is correct.
Thank you.
And there's a double straddle from C5.
It's important for my drink order. Do you guys have orange? Okay, can I get a blue? Thank you.
So from what I'm seeing, hearing, I believe Trips is on his way out currently, but because he did felt while holding a knit button, he is going to pay the 150. Kenny's adding on for 1,000 minus that 150. He's essentially covering that amount for Trips. This is the splash pot currently. There's an extra 150 that you need to add into the graphics, the pot size in the graphics. That's why open to 200, raised to 200. Perfectly makes sense.
Show one.
And does take it down, no flop.
This one? Oh, close enough.
Now they're starting a new knit game.
King Jack.
King Jack good?
That's why a lot of players still had knit buttons in front of them from the previous knit game.
King Jack.
Guys, this game is back on.
Okay.
Jacking plus.
Watch out. 175, 5-4 off. Coming.
That just sounded GPO.
Again, the splash pot they just played was because Trips felted while having a knit button still. He decided to call it quits for the night, but still owed that splash pot money. So he gave that amount to Kenny so that Kenny could put it on the table and everybody can play for it.
Call, 8 fold, 9 call. 8 seat fold with there, 3 players.
Have you played with Peyton before?
I think I've seen him before.
Yeah, he's running after his head. So.
Ace Queen smashing this flop. Kenny doesn't even know what to do with this much hand.
Just a live read I got, you know. 2 bets. 50. 6 calls.
DryGuy with the most dead straight draw of all time. Hopefully does not connect. He doesn't.
6
Honestly, if I'm Kenny, I just blasted here. Yeah, we go big. Hope your opponent has something. In this instance, nothing at all. But definitely go crazy on this type of board.
2 hands go.
Your reputation precedes you, so worth it to try and get paid the max, but not to be.
He won it so
Too bad
fast.
you didn't come back 2 hands.
And again, that's the type of board that everybody's expecting Kenny to, again, have any 2 cards. They're not expecting them to flop the boat. Ace Queen. Unfortunately for him that time, can't really get paid by anything else. Had too much of it.
He had probably air. Right? Air.
But there's plenty of instances where he's cultivated this image. He's here to play pots, and he gets paid when he makes very strong hands.
I was going with King High. If you made it semi-reasonable.
350.
No.
5 raises and 30.
Even a bluff bet is going to be the same.
Kenny once again with a pocket pair preflop against Mo. And a bigger pot to be built now should be HV with the 3-bet with the Ace King. And look at Guppy. Get your gups out in the chat because it is time for some action. Guppy with that cold 4-bet with the Queen 10 offsuit, really getting after it. Hasn't played a hand in a little bit, so is going to try and go after what he may perceive to be some dead money between Kenny, Mo, and HV. But in this instance, HV is quite strong with his holding. And the very rare fold from Kenny. Kenny recognizing Guppy's play here should be incredibly strong. HV probably thinking the same thing, but he does not add on to cover the table for no reason. He's going to rip it all in there. And unfortunate for the Gupp to run into the Ace King of HV.
We're pay time here.
Too late.
I'll have all of Guppy's supporters in the chat know that he cannot be called a nit after that one. Definitely getting after it with the more creative 4-bet, but
Just put it in.
just running into it, unfortunately.
No, he does still have his nit button.
Ah, well, you know, he does have his nit button. I just mean calling him a nit in general, but you know what? That's fair. Should have thought about that one a bit more before I make that claim.
I'm just trying to play the contrarian. I love Guppy's play, his style. Definitely a very strong and winning player.
6 call, 8 call.
Made a move, couldn't get it through. And now he has 10s.
Guppy being rewarded with the card distribution now upgrades his queen into another 10.
No turtle? No?
1 fold.
And Kenny, looking down at a suited king, is going to get in there. Cobb's hand, kind of similar to the example with HV earlier, does perform well against this big 3-betting range, but doesn't necessarily perform well multi-way, so different situations entirely. The advice is definitely not to play 5-4 suited all the time. That will not work, but... And Cobb, of course, recognizing that and deciding to lay his hand down. Heads up we go between the Gupp and Kenny.
What'd they pay for time over there? Is it the same?
I think it's 12. What they pay for time?
And safe flop for Guppy so far
Yeah.
is going to check,
Basically the same.
look to get some information from Kenny, who does quickly oblige with a check back. And now at this point, Guppy still having some showdown value, so it's just going to elect to go check twice. Not really interested in bloating up this pot, and well, tough luck for the Guppy. The
Same thing. Yeah.
the counterfeit does come in on the river. King high, good. Kenny will win the pot if he realizes that it. Okay, we were about to say if he folds, that would be a bit of an unforced error. But Kenny does recognize that the tens do not play, and lucky run out for Kenny will take down the pot.
But I'm just saying,
I thought you meant like pointing out the
I mean,
winning
Scott's
hand.
supposed to say that. Yeah.
table.
You're not supposed to say that.
Guppy definitely playing that hand in a bit more passive a fashion, but I think mainly just knowing the fact that, you know, Kenny's calling range can connect with a lot of different Queen and Jack X holdings,
Yeah, I've seen
especially Broadway cards. So potentially worried about that range and does elect to just use some pot control, but is punished for it in the end. I think I definitely would have liked to stab on the flop or the turn, but against a player like Kenny, it's hard to know where you're at any given point.
So 6? Okay.
Figure that raise. 25 with 5. 6 folds. 7 for 8 raises. 75 and 9 folds. 1 fold. 2 fold. 3 fold. 75 is 10. And a call. 5. Go ahead, Bill.
I didn't watch the whole action.
So what do you have?
Yeah, like, what he had kind of.
HV flopping a gut shot, but Mo flopping bottom pair takes the lead up against the king high.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, what are the actual odds I can.
It was 50, so check at 50, call, check down, check.
Mo now upgrading to 2 pair.
I'm just kind of thinking, like, if I hit this straight, there's so much bad.
Went check bet call on the flop.
Straight over straight.
Could go check bet call or check bet raise even here.
Or I complete sicko though and I re-raise, maybe.
Sometimes you want to charge and raise things up while out of position.
Not trying to find out. Not trying to test it.
I go with the feeling it's more than 100.
But a size of 350, thinking maybe he's got enough of a hand to bet river for me as well. And Mo gonna continue to check. Does get counterfeit river. Now playing his pair sevens. Still is good, but worried maybe about what he was check calling against for 2 streets.
Yeah, pretty bad river for Mo, all things considered. Now losing to any ace, obviously losing to any queen. And it's on HV to find this bluff here with just the king high. Mo's really not going to be able to do much if HV finds this river barrel, which he does.
Overbets the pot.
And at this point, HV is really saying he's got a queen or better. You don't really need to overbet with just a weak-ish ace. Is going to get it done with the king high. Mo wincing, but just a poor river for him. Not really much he can do other than how he played the hand.
Oh. Queen.
Next hand on.
That's too big.
Queen's on the show.
If you had your net button, maybe.
I can't believe you just 3-bet you with king 10 offsuit.
I can't believe that.
I'm there, I win.
No respect.
On site 2020.
Please do that. Please.
I guess you'll probably have it.
Please.
5 raises, 25.
Try again.
Now Mo goes.
6 calls. 8 calls.
Mo with kings now. The red variety.
Call. Call. Call.
Plenty of callers. Nobody 3-betting for him. So sick.
Too bad I didn't have a hand.
There's what, 1 hand in the muck?
No, it would be way bigger than that. Way bigger.
Comes out Jack 10-6 Rainbow. 10-6, good enough for bottom two pair. DryGuy also connects for top pair, and 10-8 middle pair, backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight draws even.
There's a lot going on right now.
Yeah.
Like quite a lot, truly.
Everybody with a piece except for Cobb.
Yeah. Kenny's got something, Tisch has got something, DryGuy's got something, Mo has a big something. It's going to be tough out here, especially when Kenny decides to make the call. Tisch, of course, loving life, counting out his stack preemptively, realizing this may just be a stacks off situation.
Yeah, and this could save the kings. Obviously, king's already not liking all this action.
If Tisch moves all in here, Mo holding two kings unblocks a lot of the, or blocks rather, a lot of the draws that Tisch could be going crazy with if he has something like King Queen, for example, that would choose to play in this hyper-aggressive manner. And look at that. Mo with the instant fold of the kings. No thought given, just because of how multi-way this pot is. Got to give credit where credit's due. A lot of players would hem and haw and moan and groan about their spot, but Mo just recognizing that with a bet from DryGuy, who has maybe not been the most active at this table, a call from Kenny, who could have any two, and then a jam from Tisch, pretty hard to imagine just one pair is going to be good. So, smart fold from Mo. DryGuy in a bit of a self-imposed pickle here with this big lead on this flop.
Yeah, Jack 7, typically not the best of kickers to lead out multi-way like that.
I would almost like a bet more if he had an even weaker jack, like Jack Deuce, Jack 3, Jack 4, because at least with Jack 7, you do have some backdoor equity with a straight draw to go along with it, so you can potentially check it down, realize that equity on many turns and rivers. But
yeah, you want to see more streets.
Yeah.
You don't want to get raised out of it.
And that is unfortunately the predicament DryGuy finds himself in now. Just thinking about what he needs to do to get out of this situation.
Just push that forward. That should be able to happen right here. Push up. It's 11, 16.
This might be another just stuck gambly call from Kenny. Second pair. But the only hands that he's really beating that are doing this are King Queen, 9-8 maybe.
He does just flick in the chips, thinking maybe another 10 will save him. It will not.
I don't have top two.
Queen and a queen only at the moment. Backdoor draws coming. The good news is a double paired run out will counterfeit Tisch, so a 7 is another out for Kenny at this point. Drawing to a 7 or a queen, but he doesn't get there. Tisch money, 2 pair gets there.
It's a great bet.
Almost scoops Kenny, wins a $4.3 thousand pot, and another big one going Tisch's way.
And as we mentioned, there's plenty of turn cards that Jack 7 would love, like another 7. But here we look, after that hand, Tisch money now going up to 2.3 in the green. Juicy, HV, and we'll call it Cobb as well, all above that 1K mark. Kenny now stuck 6,000 again. Trips leaving the game stuck 2,000 plus a knit tax.
People will get
Basically
in there for
same
30
shit,
bucks, Zach.
kind of.
People will get in there for 30 bucks. You can
No.
see any random.
Oh yeah, people were in there for $30. That's exactly
That's
what I
why
said. I said
in there at 610.
you closed.
Yeah.
You closed action.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I said. You closed action. No big
That I
hands
know.
there.
It's the straddle special. And it's suited no brainer.
Yeah, dude.
Hearts is the best suit.
I had a
Man.
button. I have an incentivized
I didn't
price.
think it was.
And the knit.
I didn't think it was bottom two, but maybe like a better jack than me.
King 6 suited raises to 40.
You lose to a lot.
Kenny calls on button.
A lot of kickers.
I really don't beat it.
Flush draw of his own. And 8s in the straddle.
The combo draw.
Very nice price to go set mining.
How does he do it?
4 players.
4 players
Learning from you how
in
to
for
run is so
40
cool.
each.
Guy that always does it.
So yeah.
And that's a nice flop for 8s. Even better for King 6.
He makes a 2-outer.
5 deuce connects. Bottom pair and back doors.
Yeah. Might as well be a fucking 20.
And a big hand for the Gup now. He's got a couple of really important things going on for him. The first is that Kenny has connected with the board, so that's good news. But as well, Mo also has an overpair. And unlike some previous spots, Mo doesn't really have a clear decision to fold because this is quite a draw-heavy board. Plenty of worse hands that Guppy could be betting this way. DryGuy also putting in the call with the Queen 4 offsuit, potentially looking to draw to those backdoor hearts or just the Queen, thinking that a lot of people are full of it right now. And the turn gives Kenny the most fake 2-pair of all time. DryGuy did get some of what he wanted. He improved to a flush draw on the turn. And also Guppy, checking, realizing the flush,
Actually just gonna wrap.
getting there multi-way. And well, look what we have here. The buried 4-high flush draw. Gonna be good enough to take down this pot. Guppy's gonna be sick when he sees it.
Oh, he put HV in retirement. One of Wes's ideas was to wrap all of us in saran wrap. Just like showing to the stream, wrapped in
Baby
saran
flush.
wrap.
Baby.
Oh.
Itty bitty. Thank you.
Really good turn.
One Monday that didn't play.
Fantastic.
Fantastic turn, huh?
Was that Monday?
I wasn't going anywhere.
Yeah, I know.
He put me to retirement.
Dylan put
I
HV
mean,
in
okay, some of
retirement.
the
Like, some crazy world event must have happened.
No one has
It wasn't a super crazy world event, but it was a pretty crazy world
five
event.
with something. What high?
Something like that. I had 2 pairs.
What do you have? Or 3 pairs?
You had
That's
6?
the story of my PLO career. 3 pairs.
I know the heart was coming through.
That's straight flush one time though.
He's meowing.
And I want to check races to red.
He's like a cat lurking.
I just realized that Juicy is going by Juicy this stream and not Meow like he has in recent streams. We've had that Meow, actually a couple Meow buttons on the soundboard that we've been using. I'm not sure if that's related. I'll have to ask him that.
100% beat it. 300.
Ooh.
Alan Keating.
He prefers to be referred as to the Houston Garrett, actually.
Y'all gave me that.
HV.
HV Adelstein.
HV Adelstein.
Actually, Matt put it on the chat one time.
HV Adam's talking here, guys.
He's gonna break when someone hits him with Jack 4 off.
That's how we get him.
Got a double straddle from seat round.
Remember, I actually watched that live, like just by chance. I was watching. So I was living in San Diego at the time, and I'd get like go to house rotation.
I kind of remember that.
I really do think.
Alright, so I have a question.
We'll never.
Tell us.
If I checked that river on that day, you get me?
What river?
The 6 o'clock.
Oh yeah, for sure. Why wouldn't I jam?
You didn't snap call me.
Huh? I didn't snap call you. I just had to bask in the moment. I don't know. It was like 3 seconds. It was like, oh my god, I hit it versus HV.
You have to like triple check your cards.
Yeah.
Make sure.
It's like, yep, still flush. Yep, I have it. It's not like I sat there for like 20 seconds.
Ace King for Guppy now. Rivers haven't been the best for him tonight. The flop is good though for top. He continues and
yeah.
Kenny saw a 4 high flush get there river not too many hands ago. He finds a call. Running hearts not coming for Kenny. Checkmark delivered on the turn. And Guppy choosing aggression goes super big and gets rid of the net button here. Just a reminder to the chat, let's keep it clean and friendly. Even if you're a Guppy fan, I don't want to see any hate or ill will towards some of our other regulars in chat.
When people use RTA, it's actually
Good to see Sheila in chat, one of our stream chat regulars.
Yeah.
We're all here to watch some cards get played, some good action. So let's keep the focus on that. Otherwise, the ban hammer will come out very quickly. So warning is made. Please follow it.
Oh yeah, they're definitely banned though. There's no way.
Yeah, well, I mean, they look like regular glasses.
Well said. Make sure to lay down the law.
Cobb 3-betting to 100 with the 7s here.
Camouflage, that's what I was trying to put.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, not a long.
Not a lot of hand to give him resistance here pre-flop. Gonna fold back around, and Kenny with an ace probably gonna peel. He was the initial raiser to just under a quarter. Oh, he's just gonna rip it. Couple hundred back, he gets it in there, and given the image, he's gonna get a call, especially with a made hand.
Yeah, quick call comes out from Cobb.
I think I want it low for once against you.
You want low?
I think I want low.
Okay.
I have a medium pair.
No, that's low enough.
No spade.
How about all those spades?
Action.
Plus a pair. 7-4 gets there, of course.
Opportunities and a spade draw to save Kenny.
Oh.
And top boat for Cobb.
I see.
Oh shit.
Alright, that's it for me. Thank you, everybody.
New year, new us. We've got a bad beat jackpot starting at 100,000. It increases weekly. We also have a free time promo every day from 8 a.m. to noon. And outside of that large bad beat jackpot, there's also mystery high hands and a mini bad beat jackpot. Got to come down to 6440 West Sam Houston Parkway South in Houston, Texas to join the action here at Champions Club. Win you some Champions house money.
I don't know.
Promos being paid out daily, and some lucky winners will hit that sizable bad beat jackpot.
Who said? Yeah, I thought he was gonna play.
Juicy, in top.
No, he's gonna tell me.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought
There's also
No.
even though the season is starting to come to a close, hot seat drawings for football. So obviously a lot of poker players.
Oh, because it's an out.
No stranger to loving or even betting on sports. You're going to be watching the game anyways. Why not come on down to Champions, watch the game with some friends, play some poker while you're at it, eat while you're at it. Full restaurant and bar here at Champions. And every Monday night game, Thursday night game, and 2 days on Sunday, there's feature games that anytime either team scores, field goal, touchdown, safety, there's a hot seat drawing. Lucky winner gets paid $25 for a field goal, $100 for a touchdown, and $200 for a safety. I was one of those lucky winners last night. We had a different football game on every TV, it seemed like. But thankfully there's so many TVs that wasn't quite possible. But yeah, it was awesome just hanging out with everybody, watching the game, playing some cards, and winning free money.
Yeah, really one of the best promos you can ask for, especially if, think about it. If you're going to be sitting on your couch watching the NFL games, why would you not just want to sit on the felt, play with a few hundred in front of you, play some 1-3, some 1-2, maybe win some money in the process, both by poker and by drawing? Seems pretty nice to me.
Easy stuff. Ace Jack here, hand 62 of the night, raising to 30. Worse spades, 3-betting to 100. But a nice hand, 10-9 suited. That's actually specifically HV's favorite hand. DryGuy finds a 4-bet with 8s on the button, goes to 350. Ace Jack shrivels up some, and the 8s take it down.
Deuce! The one. That one. Yeah, that one. 4.
Now we have a game.
Now we have a game, boys.
Yeah.
Do you guys want to play? You guys okay?
Yes. Yeah.
You guys are good with that?
Yeah. We play 5-5 instead.
Yeah. We can wait for another guy.
If you want to bump, you guys, we'll
We'll do 5.
Yeah, just play 5-5 instead. 7-handed.
7-handed 5-5?
Yeah.
Right now?
After the Nick game. After the Nick game. Yeah.
After the Nick game.
We'll bump it up to 5-5
Optional 10, yes.
I don't think I'm going to straddle 10, guys.
So we got the early heads up, and you may have heard the reference to it now. 7-handed, and Ed Batinga out there asking the players, y'all want to bump it up?
Can we make it like a $5 ante?
It's going to be 5-5
What?
pretty soon here.
Like 5-5.
With the $10 option.
Makes complete sense given how deep all these players are.
Yeah,
And it's not like these players are strangers to 5-5.
took the words directly out of my mouth. I was going to say, if you know anything about this group, they are not afraid to bump the stakes up, so
it's not me.
Makes plenty of sense.
Got 3 right.
I was consumed over there.
Good flop for HV with the ace queen. DryGuy does connect with some backdoor equity and does decide to make the call. But a bad turn guard both for his range and his hand, and this one should be over.
Tight, I should just take that room.
In 6th Street Poker, that's a great turn or river for DryGuy, but we're not playing oceans here at Champions Club, so no dice. HV will take down the pot. Still got 3-way action in this Nick game. And the interesting thing about upping the game to 5-5 is that when the Nick game is over, if they decide to play another Nick game, who knows if they will or won't, but if they do, the effective SPR will be lower for some of these players like Cobb or Guppy, so it may be more likely that we see them get all those chips in the middle pre-flop. It would be interesting to see that.
How's it going, Dylan?
Good. What about you?
Just chilling, man.
Just chilling,
Hey, gotta,
Why is leg day hurting already?
gotta get
It shouldn't hurt till tomorrow morning. What the hell?
Jeez. You had changed your mind?
Kings for Guppy.
Interesting. Very, very Very interesting.
Not folding.
Someone call right.
Tough luck for the Gup in that Mo does not have a very strong hand, but he will at least get a customer. And because they're heads up in the Nick game, Mo is not folding ever. But about as bad a flop as Mo could ask for.
Actually, whoever plays it more aggressively when you what?
5 and 30.
I don't know who that is.
Nice call.
A small bet, quick call. No surprises there with the action so far.
I've never played a pot with Mo.
And I think, I mean, maybe Mo does just check here. He doesn't have any showdown value. Yeah, he does check. He does give up a bit on the situation.
Thursday's 5-5.
Guppy with the world's smallest feeler bet known to man.
I don't think I can bluff this. That's the problem.
Just call.
That's not slow.
Just call it. See my hand.
Come on.
You have quads?
Come on, show us.
You're gonna show us with a high hand.
Stupid ass block.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
You're buddying me.
Kings have to table for the Nick game. And
That's like a Chipotle.
now heads up. Mo versus Juicy.
Sick.
Don't support that shit.
Chipotle's good.
No, go to
I mean, I recently smoked
any
it.
other burrito, please.
Nice fold.
What? Better, bigger.
Thanks.
Birds, Cobb A Bobs. Yeah.
Chipotle used to be a good portion.
Used to
like,
be. It was at once upon a time.
too. Still gives me giant portions.
Yeah.
The burrito's like the
That's
size
good.
of my head.
Another reference to Cabo Bob's. We had another one of those just a couple streams back. I'm a huge fan of Cabo Bob's. I had some work in San Antonio a couple years back, and that really introduced me to it. And then I found out we have Cabo Bob's here in Houston.
The Nick game hasn't ended, so no.
Kings have become ace king for Guppy. He 3-bets to 80. Action back around to HV. Suited king 8. Gonna see a flop. Ace king in position. The 2 overs and gut shot to Broadway.
Do they have one commentator or two?
I have no idea.
9x60, 8 votes.
No idea.
That guy wasn't the regular guy, right?
Chris?
Yeah, because regular is Dan. Or maybe they sneak off or something.
yeah, I do.
Oh shit.
And now references to the commentary team of the night. This is Kyle. I am one of our regular commentators. Dan Fouts out for the evening. And Chris has joined us as our third semi-regular commentator. We can still say semi, I think.
I think you can say semi.
But really glad to have had you on these streams and looking forward to you being on more and more in the future.
Absolutely.
Chris is one of the stream players. If you've been watching for quite a while, Chris U, right? It's spelled with a U.
Yeah, it's everyone historically called me Chris U, and I thought that was really funny because the original name was Chrisu or Chrisu. So my friends tuned into the stream and they heard everybody calling me Chris U. So now a lot of my friends will call me Chris U as a joke, especially when talking about poker. So fun little inside joke. I'm okay with either name. Technically it's Chrisu, but that's all right. Chrisu, Chris, whatever you want.
Yeah, I think it was probably like, I don't know, 4 or 5 months before you told me.
For sure. I just didn't have it in me. I don't want to tell them that, they got it wrong. Looking at this hand right here, really not much to say when you just flop the nuts.
With a chance to improve somehow.
Yeah, with a chance to get a little better. Cobb has no hope at all in this hand. A backdoor straight draw that is dead as a doorknob. Yeah. Unfortunate for him. Tisch taking down a small pot relative to the strength of his hand.
I flopped it.
Really?
You flop what?
I flopped it.
Anything, literally anything you can consider as it is good. I had none of that.
No, people say they flopped it. What they flopped it?
Just the effect. They made them effective. They know they
Flop
were.
an ace.
That's still it.
Still good?
Ace with a heart, very, very good.
Can I raise?
I flopped it on the flop.
I had black no pair.
Oh,
I was
that's no
likely
good.
One fold.
25?
Yeah. Three call, 5, 4 fold.
Small pocket pairs dealt for Guppy and for Cobb. Jack deuce out of the way, but queen 10 and 8-5 seeing the flop with the 5s and the 6s. And set of 6s for Cobb.
What a juicy flop. We got a set of 6s, an open-ended straight draw twice, and an open-ended straight draw with top pair from DryGuy. So definitely going to see some more chips committed to the middle. And Mo also getting involved with just the queen high backdoor straight draw with the 10 in his hand as well. I wouldn't be shocked if DryGuy puts in the raise here too. Thinking he's got plenty of equity, top pair, open-ended straight draw. Guppy just going to have to make a frustrating but disciplined muck as well. DryGuy choosing to go aggressive here. And in many situations, I don't really recommend 3-betting post-flop in Hold'em, just because it's very difficult to conceal the strength of your hand. But this type of board would be one of my few exceptions. That being said, Cobb does make the call, which I'm sure is correct in theory. But making 3 bets on boards like this is valuable, gives you more information about where you're at in the hand, and wow, very tough cookies for DryGuy now. Thought he had the best hand with a straight draw.
I'll play only if you.
And now improves to 3 of a kind, and now checks, which is honestly a very interesting line. I don't imagine Cobb will think that DryGuy has that many 8s in his range, given the check. Lots of 8s might want to blast off on this turn.
Because I was jamming any river.
DryGuy going to pot control here. And we'll see if he chooses to fight back, especially at this relatively small sizing.
What if you have like aces with an ace of clubs open?
Ace with the ace club? Doesn't matter. I don't think the blocker's relevant there. Blocker's not relevant there.
Could DryGuy be thinking about a check raise here?
I'll teach you the ways one day. We'll have a nice dinner where we discuss all of that.
Certainly not thinking of folding, and he's taking some time here. Now looking and asking for Cobb's stack. Cobb has the effective stack, playing 1,700 behind currently. Pot near 1,000.
And let's just say that regardless of what the action is next, Cobb probably can't fold. But if he gets jammed on by DryGuy, it's honestly not the most fun spot in the world. DryGuy would definitely play this hand this way with hands like 8s, 8-7, 8-6, etc.
And win all your money back.
And he is going to find the 3-bet, the check raise rather, sorry. Raises to 1,200 with Cobb only having about 500 back from that.
He triples up.
I don't think this is a Hollywood from Cobb if you read his body language and see him kind of leaning forward. I know the camera was a bit blurry, but this is not a fun spot for sure. Probably just going to put it all in the middle. If you lose in this situation. And now DryGuy shaking his head, realizing that's not what he wanted to see either. Both of these players know their hands are nowhere close to the nuts, but neither of them can make the fold. And Cobb with a pretty big lead here, going to a river, all in and at risk against DryGuy, the covering stack.
That's fine.
Oh, okay.
What do you have? Set? Yeah.
Oh, still got a chance.
There's still a chance.
The double check raise is
It's actually a reasonable.
Hard for DryGuy to boat up to a 5.
We have a sweat, guys.
Guppy having folded 2 5s. King of Hearts on the first of the 2 rivers. No help for DryGuy. And how about a king twice?
I don't know.
Cobb takes it.
Yeah, great pot from Cobb here. I'm gonna take this one down.
I believe
King.
it. That's really sick, though. I'm kidding. Okay.
Dylan.
I believe it.
Oh my God, Dylan.
I was open-ended too. Hit that.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
And after that one, let's look at VPIP and some numbers. Kenny playing 70% of hands before leaving. Everybody essentially north of 30% there. Very active table, and it will continue so as we go 5-5 for the rest of the evening. Cobb now with a lead up 3,700, 2,700 for Mo. Quite a few other players in the green. 2 players having left early.
I figure a set just
Gonna finish things out 7-handed.
check raise with.
Meow.
Yeah, I thought about 3-betting the 275, but I kind of wanted Mo in. That's why. Yeah.
Oh my God.
If Mo's
Finish
not in,
this.
I probably.
That's why I did it.
Come on, you can do that.
You got kids out there. You got kids on the street.
I have such a bad hand, but I'll call just because I feel like you
Just
should
in
be able
case?
to just raise and just win.
Oh, I love this.
Okay.
So you need bad
No, I have a
down. That's yours,
hand.
but then you
Dylan, this is great. This is
cards too.
Guys, don't interrupt the speech play. Everybody zip your mouth. All right, so much for the speech play.
Really?
Wow. Yeah, you would be really sad if you folded.
Thanks.
Perfect. How you picture it, right? Semi. 150 gonna do. You can double up.
Yeah, you could do the Noah strategy.
Just call the king, fight the king.
Think the king.
Noah.
Literally the craziest king of all time.
Crazy king.
Noah's a dude for sure.
So crazy.
Small pocket pair.
You want a small pocket pair? That's what you want.
3 votes.
So you can jam?
He ain't jamming that
big one.
shit.
Coco.
That's a strong combo.
150.
Did you randomize a flat with this one?
9 votes.
What's the 200?
That's what Ethan would say. Randomize.
It's like a randomized button. Punt? No punt. Sorry, Ethan.
Is Ethan not talking about?
That's so fun. You know, Ethan.
Ethan Tran? Or the other Ethan? Young Ethan.
Goldie, young Ethan, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
3 players.
I haven't played with Ethan in a while since I played on Wednesday with him, and he got in a massive help HV, and HV folded ace-jack for a straight on a paired board and a 4-bet pot.
Oh yeah.
For a very long tank, and I know what Ethan had,
Ethan.
and HV doesn't.
Yeah.
I don't know if he wants it.
25. 5 and 6.
I know what he
You
has.
know, who's handed? It was like queen. It was like king,
Wrong color.
king, queen,
Wrong
flop.
color. I had 2 hearts.
He said he was trying to like.
He jammed for value.
8 now.
Merge better.
Yeah, that's exactly. I was sitting next to Ethan to his left,
5 now.
and he flashed me the hand
Right now.
right before he mucked when after HV folded. HV had a long tank, longest one I've seen him do. Although HV, I don't think he folded face up. I think you said you had a straight.
I had ace jack of spades.
You want to know what Ethan had? You wouldn't believe me, so I'm not gonna say.
Nobody had.
You do? Okay.
That's why he's in retirement right now. You jam for value right there with those hands.
But you know that. Okay. You actually know what he had?
You want your hand?
It surprised me because I didn't think he.
It's,
Oh, we're doing the 5-5.
Yeah.
I'll do the 10. Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to straddle or
It surprised me.
It's straddle.
He straddled.
That's straddle. That's it. Okay.
Yeah, the games get fun when it gets meta. Because that's had to be what the HP Ethan shit was. 'Cause It played kind of weird and like.
Before Ethan told HP that Ethan is like 0-6 or something against HP in big pot.
Jack 10 of HV. Bumping it to 40.
He does get a heads up with DryGuy, who also has some cards in the same neighborhood as the Jack and the 10 with the 9-7 suited. And a connected board for both players.
They win the slash.
Top pair for
Who did win
HV,
the splash?
middle pair for DryGuy.
Wow. What a surprise.
I'll never forget when I first met HV. I said,
Ooh, and a spicy turn card. DryGuy taking a big lead on this turn now.
And I was like, got it.
And DryGuy voting all the way up.
Damn, man, really?
Wow.
HV smartly checking back the turn and the river.
He had air.
That was going to be a epic.
And will take down the
What?
full size of the pot with his full house.
It's a good read.
Nice hand to DryGuy.
Anyone want Kenny's drink?
You can mix it with yours.
It's completely good and untouched. Mix it with mine.
Yeah.
Hunter in the chat still supporting the Gup.
You have to pay me at least.
Gup still got some serious headway to go if he wants to make a comeback this stream. I believe he is still stuck a good chunk, but still enough time to make a comeback. I believe there is, if I'm doing my math right, probably at least an hour and a half or so left on the stream.
Guys, this is fine.
So
As long as you're not
Gup has plenty of time to make his way back to the top. Probably going to need a full double up and some change in order to do it, though.
I am the lightest weight of all time.
Are you? Were you on that stream where we were doing the green tee shots?
I was.
White tee? Okay. Yeah, I actually got kind of hammered because I did.
Actually, no, HV is the biggest
I
lightweight
did
of all time.
Kevin's and Haters one round, I think, or I did at least Kevin's. I was already drinking. That was fun though.
Guppy is involved in this pot and does improve to a draw of sorts, but buried behind the top pair of HV. And HV will just take down this pot with a medium-sized bet on the turn.
What shall the tax be? All right.
We're upping it to fight less people.
Nick Game announced new penalty as well.
Tax.
$200 will be the new penalty, so about 40 big blinds for those keeping track at home.
We've been all the way from doing 200 to 5,000.
Yeah, at some point it should probably just be 200 at the 1-3 game. The thing is just like
Yeah, if it's full ring.
200 is really a lot when the game first starts, but like by the end of the stream, that's like nothing.
It should be 25 per person and then round up. If it's like one.
Yeah, recently on some of the 1-3s, they have just made it 200. And even finishing the night out, sometimes 8 or 7-handed, it stays at that 200 amount.
I think I agree for the most part, and Tish with some valuable insight that $200 is 20% of a starting stack at the beginning of a 1-3 match the stack hold'em game here at Champions. So as a result of that, it makes it more difficult in the beginning, especially for the short stacks if they have to pay the nit tax. But once we're at this point in the night where everyone's so deep they're even willing to throw down a 5-5 blind level, it makes more sense to up that payout for the nit game. And some big hands right here. DryGuy using his big 3-bet size once again, looking to punish the other players. And a result of that big bet is a lot of folds. DryGuy will certainly take it. Extra $160 and a safety guaranteed in the nit game is good enough for sure.
Wouldn't have gone well.
Just get rid of the bond. Green is a trash can. I can tell you, the last 4 years I've been playing with that shit, it's always the biggest pot I always play. And always...
How many gups do you think have been made in the chat?
I don't know.
Tish asks a great question. If I had to ask, Gup is probably running at
Thank you.
270 so far in the chat. That's my guess. I don't actually know, but I would say 270 Gups and counting.
I don't know if I forget. Just let me know.
The top story is I put an extra B in an online game, and then someone called me that in the chat for short.
Black 8s for Tish in the small blind. He goes 250. Action back on Guppy. The Jack 10 open and gets out of the way. Gets to see it because of the Nick game.
Dio chose, and you were gonna flop quads too.
I did.
Is that what we're doing now?
Flop quads, get paid.
Guarantee you're gonna flop a set with my hands.
Oh yeah.
The way these boards have been coming.
8s have been hot today.
8?
Yeah.
There's been a lot of 8-8 on the board.
There's been 8-8, there's been 8, and there's been 8-8-8.
Beep 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 beep.
He's just gonna be dead because
I do it versus Dylan. If it makes you feel better, I would do it versus him
definitely
too.
call that shit all day.
I would definitely do that versus HV too.
I guarantee you.
No set fold.
I guarantee you.
King Jack raises to 40 and
It's the
only the straddle will defend. 5-4.
For when I hit an 8.
Already got there once against Guppy tonight.
No, it's okay. That's okay.
This time, King Jack flopping the best as it did before. This time holding for sure.
Gonna be much harder for Guppy to lose this pot. I'll say that. HV improving to a fake straight draw on the river. And Guppy has shown, relatively speaking, pretty, stereotypical signs of weakness on this board. So that check line is going to get him paid by HV, who does try and bluff on the river.
It's like 3 weeks before.
Guppy checking back a pretty strong top pair on the flop.
It's that SOP, isn't it?
It's gonna fuck.
You can go back to 1-3 if you want.
Yeah,
No, I was just gonna
might
put
go
5
at
blades.
some point during the SOP, maybe in like June or July. Yeah.
So you're gonna stay there for like a couple months?
No. I'm gonna stay there for like under a week.
Where?
WSOP.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, just go.
I'll just rip a few tourneys and. Then
Are you trying to go for a long time, Dylan?
No, I don't want to go for
I'm an OFC specialist.
I'll just go for
Don't play me in that game.
You're a what?
I'm an OFC specialist. Chinese poker.
I'm a Texasholdem.
Pineapple.
What's the Hold'em game called? Ultimate Hold'em.
Ultimate Texas Hold'em. I've played that. It's
Whenever I
fun to
play, I
get
coach
over.
everyone at the table. I'm like, you have ace, you should 4x. People don't.
You know the fit. It's like starting. It's like Jack 10.
Mo putting in the
You know,
3-bet.
those are irrelevant.
Dude, you're just playing head.
But Tish 4-betting, getting the job done, wins the pot.
Yeah, I've played
Heads up poker. If you could go,
Heads up against the dealer's blind hand.
Exactly.
I'm pretty sure.
They can't bluff
If you know your neighbor's hand, you can like.
No, yeah, if you look at your neighbor's
Yes.
hand, you might get some info.
Because it's single deck, yeah.
Someone told me that it's the worst odds in the casino. I think because
The single deck?
ante,
It's pretty bad. I don't know about the worst.
because they don't pay the ante when you win.
Why?
And then the dealer has to qualify. As well.
It's pretty bad.
Yeah, so
I don't know if it's worse than
But it's
triple zero
fun.
roulette, but it's pretty bad.
it's pretty.
Or like slots, some slots.
Can't be
a lot
that
of
bad.
fun. I like it.
I mean, it's a table game. It's slow. Yeah, exactly.
I like
It
it.
can't be that bad.
I like it more than blackjack. I'll say.
Yeah, that's valid. I don't love blackjack. I prefer craps to blackjack. I like shooting the
100%.
dice.
Yeah.
It's so lit when you're trying to eat her and everyone's. Plus, one time a dude tipped me $1,000.
Oh yeah.
Because I just like.
You roll?
He bet a shit ton on the field bet, and I rolled a 12, so he got double his.
Oh.
And he was just like, shoot. He was like drunk as shit. He was like, shoot.
HV opening up the action with the 7-deuce suited, and is going to get some noble defense from Guppy and DryGuy.
Gives me a bear hug, lifts me off the
Guppy connecting with a huge portion of this pot.
And I just look at
Connects with the ace-10 on the 10-high board.
Wow.
And HV, unfortunately, messing around pre-flop is not able to connect post.
At the field bet. So it's like a specific, like, you know, it's like one of the it's like one of the sucker bets.
Oh,
Like, it wasn't
I mean,
outside.
any
It wasn't-
bet outside
it
of
wasn't
odds.
the player bet or whatever. Like me and my friend doing the player bet, so we didn't even notice. Like a 12 means nothing if you're doing, but he did the field bet, which is like a.
You get basically everything other than the 5, 6, 7, and 8. The basic.
Yeah, it's like 3, 4, 10, 11 pay 1-to-1, and then 12 and deuce pay 2-to-1. Yeah. I'll struggle.
Oh, so you
It's
just get like 4
it's
or
a-
5 of them per in a row.
It's a bet
No,
to
I
kind
just did the
of
one
keep a
double.
lot of the
You just
dice
go
alive
forward
for
and
you to like make, you know, so you feel like you're making money, but.
No, it was
it's a
literally
losing
like
bet.
that one, right before I rolled it, he slid like 5K or something on just that bet. And then I hit it for like.
It only loses if a 5, 6, 7, or 8.
It loses if you don't hit those numbers.
No, it stays, yes, correct.
It looks better than
You can
it
either
is.
win or you can lose.
It's not good. It looks better than it is.
Money will exchange hands on that next roll.
I go past line, I back it up, and if I'm
HV once again opening up the action with the ace-4 offsuit. This time is going to connect with a piece of the board
That's about
and the best hand.
Huh?
There's a casino called the Cromwell.
Outflops Juicy's ace-9.
The typical is 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm not 100xing.
I do the.
Unless it's $1.
I do 3, 4, 5.
Juicy choosing to make the call with his ace-high.
But yeah.
Yeah, like
The hard ways are fun. Like they're electric.
Oh god, you're juicing me up now. Get me juiced. Yeah, I haven't been to Vegas since last summer, so.
Especially when it's like a hard point. So you get paid all the way around.
I'm down a little bit, like
Oh yeah, you hit like a 5, and everyone's just happy when you get paid 9 to 5 or whatever on it.
Yeah.
And Juicy going for the lead line here and chooses to lead into HV for pot now on this Jack of Diamonds turn.
Oh yeah.
And I couldn't hit him.
Really does just have a stone cold airball bluff. No backdoor equity, no nothing. And HV not a believer, making a call here with just a pair of 4s.
What's up, Matt?
Just leave the money on the table.
And another jack completes on this river.
In my jeans. Yup. I don't even think I cashed it out.
If Juicy was choosing to lead a jack, he has just improved to trips. And I think if Juicy is going to want to continue telling this story, going to need to see a big barrel on this river. And even then, I'm not sure if HV is going to fold.
50 on little ones, boomer bust on big ones.
HV seemed pretty dialed in on the turn, realizing that this pot-sized lead was pretty polar from Juicy.
It's like 30.
Nuts or nothing.
The outsides are 15 in the middle.
And HV might be leaning towards nothing here.
The big, like,
So no, he put
You hit
100 on
every
the
number
before
in a before set.
Super, the actual odds of it happening, I googled it, it's like 196 to 1, and it pays 159 to 1. But then the guy gave me 100.
You have to keep in mind, these two players have very deep history playing a lot of hands with each other. So knowing that HV may have some sort of read on this situation.
Just walking down by the Bellagio. Some table is going psycho.
Hero call completed for HV and a hero call successful. HV safe in the nick game and makes a great call on the river in order to win a nice pot off of Juicy.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Have you seen the Vegas Vacation?
I did win a guy like 10K.
Vegas Vacation?
What's that?
It's like a movie from the 80s.
Oh.
It's that actor, what's his name? He's like the Will Ferrell of like the 80s or something.
The Will Ferrell of like the 80s.
Are we talking about movies? Are you talking about Casino? The one with like John Favreau and Tristan, is that one, Swingers or whatever?
Vince Vaughn? Which one of those? Swingers?
I think it was called Swingers.
I like Vince Vaughn.
Yeah, but they were younger. They were probably in their like 20s for this movie. It's pretty good. They just like drive to Vegas and I don't even remember the plot.
Ace-4 back at it again, this time in Mo's hands.
People who do like
Gonna open it up in the +1.
good job of like playing the like random ordinary guy. Like Adam
And Ace-4 versus Ace-9 yet again. We're seeing DryGuy holding the Ace-9 this time. A bit of deja vu in the chat. And Juicy with his knit button, choosing to go aggressive and go big with that aggression. Bumps it on up to 300 this time, and unfortunately for him, Tisch Money wakes up in the under the gun straddle with pocket queens.
4 raises 650.
Mo with one of those hands he could have potentially found a 4-bet with, and it would have worked against Juicy, but
Not bad. Nice try.
not against Tish's queens.
That's my fault.
I think Juicy probably realizing he's run into it a bit here with Tish's 4-bet size.
Sure you did,
I'm not really sure how much fold equity he's going to have in this spot unless Tish just has a true air ball. But Juicy's certainly going to think it over. And he does decide to make this call, so we have a big pot brewing, almost 1,400 in the middle.
Exactly.
Tish money, despite being in the straddle, is in position. And an ace, jack, 10 high board. So Tish money's still safe right now, but not the best flop for queens. We'll just put it that way. Not the sight you want to see when you bump it up with 2 black queens and see 2 hearts, 3 Broadway cards, none of which are a queen.
I've seen Tish do this more frequently recently. Just super small continuations. And it gets called, of course.
And I think Tish's small continuation does make sense on this particular board texture. 8 of hearts moving in on the turn. Pretty sick card for Tish. Not a fun card to see at all. Juicy, of course, having to make that call on the flop mandatory given the bet size in comparison to the pot. Doesn't have to be right nearly any % of the time. And he does check. I would now expect it to go check, check for Tish. Queens with plenty of showdown value, beating any sort of bluffs on this board. It's a good river for Tish, 3 of spades. Juicy probably knows he doesn't have the best hand, but doesn't necessarily know the strength of Tish's, given this line that's played out. Tish could still have hands as strong as, we'll call it ace-queen, maybe ace-king that decides to pot control on the turn. Tish might continue to fire with single heart holdings, sets of jacks, tens, and aces perhaps. But I think Juicy knows a pair of jacks is not going to be good enough to win this pot. But we'll see if he's willing to pull the trigger.
Yeah, perfectly reasonable to potentially find a block bet here a portion of the time. But still, obviously can't go wrong with a check. Does elect to check and see what Tish does.
I think Tish should perceive this check as a give up of sorts from Juicy. All better hands at this position would like to get value on the river, especially flushes, especially straights like King Queen, which Tish blocks, but still. Given the action on this board, Juicy should really not have a better hand than Tish much of the time. Only rare instances where that will be the case is when Juicy decides to play a hand like ace-king or ace-queen himself this way, which again Tish blocks. So although Tish has the best hand, it's pretty hard to get any more value. So a smart check back and best hand for Tish money. Really not much value to be extracted on this river.
Can't really be called by worse. Checks it back in the end, and still a very sizable pickup for the queens, especially on that type of run out.
Pretty gross run out for Tish, all things considered, and still managing to win the hand, so big win in my book for sure.
Three players with knit buttons. It's Juicy, Cobb, and Mo.
Good nick game defense.
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, that's totally what I was doing.
Just about an hour
But dude,
or just under left in the stream.
That's a tough hand to beat.
Imagine the king deuce play.
Heads up we go. 9 trade. Defending the straddle. 5-4 in position. 5-4 gets there.
You check around.
Goes check, check pretty quickly. Jack, a good card for HV to put some chips in if he wants to, but does not. Mo playing his 9 currently on the paired board.
Pair 125. 8
The king jack.
Over bets it and gets rid of his knit button. That's the real win there.
Yeah.
Only picking up 40 in profit, but saving a couple hundred as a knit tax.
If you were paying attention, HV said 6-7 there, so really must have assigned Mo a very strong hand. But Mo, aptly recognizing that HV would continue his strongest hands for one reason or another at one point on the flop of the turn, and HV did neither, so is able to apply some pressure and get the pair of 5s to fold.
Congrats to Mr. ATM Poker. New baby in his arms and still managing to tune in to watch the stream. Has a little bit of FOMO, he says. Happy New Year. Well wishes to you and the family, especially with the new edition.
Yeah, big shout out to you, ATM. Hope you're doing well. Hope your family's doing great. Awesome to hear that everything's going well for you, and can't wait to see you back on the streams and back on the felt whenever the time comes.
If players can bring their monkeys onto the stream, I think you can bring the baby on by.
I would personally not recommend bringing the baby on stream. That's just me. Is my baby crying? A tell. Find out. My son is crying. I must have it this time.
Yeah, I would also assume that Miss ATM would probably not be a fan of that strategy.
I would probably not be a fan of that strategy either. Let's just keep the little one at home. We don't need to expose them to gambling this early now. That seems like a bad recipe.
And what's up to Gary Ellerman in chat as well? Looking forward to seeing Gary back in the room up here. 8s with the check mark on this run out. And DryGuy checking it.
DryGuy not super pleased with that situation. Got involved because of his flush draw, but was not able to bluff at it there. And Juicy with the successful taking down of that pot is safe from the Nick game, and unfortunately for Cobb, he must pay the tax, 200 to the middle.
Hey, box pairs. Box king counting jack one. Nah. He might have honestly called. Like, I don't know. He might have called. Who knows? You'd probably have to go big.
Yeah, I'd have to go big.
You'd fold if you went big, though.
450 plus.
I go.
Against it?
300 plus,
Like 10
but that is big. It's 30 BBs.
10 high in a dream.
I was like watching, I didn't know if I wanted the hearts to get there or not, you know? I folded with 10.
Tisch with a raise to 200. Again, factor in this is the splash pot. There's 200 dead in the middle. So 200 raise. Not that massive.
Smells like ace 10 off.
There's a guy in the hand. Don't tell him what I have.
Oh. Thank you. My bad. Can't tell if you're joking or not, but I'll shut up. It's fine. It's true. I'm not supposed to do
3 players.
That is true.
Some fun table talk here. And lots of hearts detected on the other side of the board. And despite the ace-king high flop, Tish's 7s are still good.
6 checks. 3 checks.
And I think a scary board for Tisch, but Yeah, not gonna choose to stab at it multi-way. Heads up, it makes more sense, but here it really doesn't. Tish's sevens are still good. Kind of weird to feel that way in a multi-way pot. Fourth pair usually no good by now, but is good at the moment.
3 checks.
And Tish should have all the best hands here with his raise before the flop with those sevens.
And checks to him twice.
Might think one of his opponents maybe has some piece of the board. Could be worried about being up against a king, for example. Probably would have heard from an ace by now. Maybe a king or a 10.
550.
This is really a delayed c-bet, mostly based off of Tish's perceived range. You're not actually getting value from better hands, or not getting value from worse hands at this point, I should say. But just a good run out for Tish's range, maybe not his hand. Bit of a cheeky smile showing the sevens, but sevens are the best hand, and is going to take it down.
Yeah, given the comment pre-flop about him having ace 10, would have been a good board for ace 10.
Slide 10 on 9.
Probably back.
Huh?
Oh yeah.
Run it back.
Come on.
Nick game gonna be thrown on again.
Not much time.
So many two pairs.
We still have an hour, right?
Let's do. We're still playing another 3.
Yeah.
Juicy with the pretty good pitch of those knit buttons out.
You?
1 ball.
Should have done it next time. Next time you'll do it.
3 balls. 4 raises, 70. 70. Five raises.
Ace king offsuit for Mo.
6, 8, 9.
Why?
Good one.
Takes it down, no resistance.
Thank you.
Never crazy talk.
Monkey
It's like every time, huh?
Bro, because every time Tish opens big and some 3-bets fold.
You guys have been getting my folds and those.
Now we should switch it up. Do big with your good hand, small with your bad hand. And then just let them hang themselves when you call the 3-bet.
No, I'm gonna keep on doing my thing.
As soon as you open 70, I know you're gonna get 3.
He just had a hand of 3-bet. It's not like he was like getting out of line.
Yeah,
He
I
had-
have to 3-bet.
They had the third best hand of the game.
One call. Hands up.
Heads up here, Jack 9 versus Queen 8, HV and Guppy. Sorry, not Guppy. Graphics a little bit delayed there. It's HV and Juicy. Juicy with the 4s buried.
Dylan, it's just like the one time that I do open a 70, I have aces and everybody folds, and everybody thinks that I have aces because I opened a 70. I know, right? They just
Jack 9 turns a pair
And then you gotta remind everyone.
and slows up.
It's never a good hand.
Gotta go standard. Keep it standard. Don't reinvent the wheel.
1 bet, 200.
And Juicy taking the betting lead on this turn, but HV probably with too large of a piece to fold now. But he doesn't really like it. Once again, has third pair against a capable player. But he also just loses to a lot of value. And will make the disciplined fold. 4's no good, but they will drag down the pot for the Nick game.
River was a 4, I saw it.
You saw it coming?
Yeah, weird spot for him when he improves. He hits the turn, but then it's the villain betting. Knows that he's not just check calling there, that he's likely having to check call river
No, it's okay. You're up.
with marginal holding and not a whole bunch of clarity on where he's at. Not too big of a pot, so marginal spot. Don't need to fight for it every single time.
Well, that's when the decisions are magnified. Yeah, those are the worst days. You win the small ones, lose the big ones.
Yeah.
That's the worst.
A fold.
You know what?
My fold.
It's called a V-tip, guys.
Three raise 100. Four call. Six call. 9 call.
Plenty of action in front. Cobb raises to 100. Fours are going set mining. DryGuy in there. Suited 6. And the ace-9 folds. King 10 open-ended. Is the pre-flop aggressor.
And while it may not be the best hand right now, it certainly feels that way.
Yeah. Fours in the lead, but with not with equity. And King 10 gonna take it down and show it in order to get rid of the nit button.
No draw, no bluff.
Good flop. It's the good one.
Pretty good. I will take that flop all day.
That's the winner.
Question in chat about how long the delay of the stream is.
Yeah.
Each stream, I'd say on average, the delay is about 45 minutes. Players start around 6 o'clock, but poker players being poker players, they're sometimes late. And so it's dependent on how many players we can get into seats as close to 6 o'clock as possible. And then we go live at 7.
It's so weird.
He raises 50. 9 fold.
7.
You know what I feel?
7 or 8.
What? Pot coming.
Yeah.
You think so?
Well, yeah, that I either fold or rip it.
After
like a 2.5.
And we see the action as the viewer sees it as well.
Be this one, at least because
So our reactions to these hands are the same reactions you'll be having in real time.
To be on top of at least one leaderboard.
Imagine how
If you sold it, if you suited, you probably made it yourself.
$100 and the person with the highest speed could send the stream.
What's interesting, if you raised, I might have 3-bet you.
Prize.
Both players catching a piece here. DryGuy, the better of the pieces.
Tisch, what would you think about
Limp
that?
pots are weird.
If everyone puts in like $100 or even $200, right? And then
I will
after the
take
stream,
that.
whoever has the highest speed tip gets the money.
You know, I'm not.
Wouldn't that be crazy?
I would very much alter my strategy for that.
Most times they're probably king queen plus, but just felt.
Like a V-pip bounty game where like where it's like you set aside
Maybe it won't be good because maybe then people will just be limping in.
Yeah.
It could backfire.
That's your button, right?
I was playing a game in Tampa once, and it was like a 5-10, 2,500 cap, whatever.
Catching back up on the action, DryGuy betting it with his pair of aces.
Reg shit, whatever. I'm just
Gets called by worse from HV and still has the best hand on the river.
one dude at the table every single.
And DryGuy not afraid to try and extract some thin value from HV.
He completely changed the action.
Continuing for a pretty hefty size of 350 with the ace 8 off.
Because they knew he.
HV just with the 10-4. Pair of 10s.
Pretty funny.
No good.
I don't really like playing casinos. I feel like the atmosphere isn't as good. But I've been there, well, in Tampa or Hollywood. Which one?
I was at Tampa.
Yeah, I've been to both, yeah.
It was pretty close to the airport is why I went. I was like waiting for my buddy to land. We were going to, if you know where Longboat Key is, like near.
And a nice disciplined fold there from HV. Does choose to get out of DryGuy's way. And DryGuy will take down the pot.
Games are usually pretty good.
And also remove his knit button.
I've never played 5-10 there.
It was pretty, I mean, that one dude was like all you need. Like, he was just going crazy. But yeah, other than that, it might not have been. But they did have high hands, which was like really cool. And I played like late, like 3, 4 a.m. And there was only like 3 or 4 tables running, and every 30 minutes they give out $300 for the high hand. So that was like a really good promotion.
Wait, they give $300 to the highest hand?
Because all you had to do was have any boat to qualify. So it always got given out. And it was only out of, 27, 30 people or whatever. Yeah. Pretty good. I didn't hit it because I'm not luck box like HV and Tisch, but
They got the flop set.
no, I had a boat today. I can't say that.
8 bow.
6 is full for straight.
Guppy waking up with the 10s in the cutoff.
Yeah, one of the dealers at a different place was telling me though Florida action's really good because they at dog tracks and horse tracks.
And Tisch Money defending his Jack 8 suited. And the good news for Guppy is that Mo puts in a 3-bet with an inferior hand, raises it up with the black 9s. Guppy, of course, going to be making the call. And Tisch Money out of position, going to get out of the way. Doesn't want to be stuck in the middle of these two players. So heads up we go with a significant lead to the Gup. Ace high board. Not good for either player's exact holding. Better for Mo's range, though. So small-ish C-bet for Mo at 150. And based on Guppy's call pre-flop, it probably demands a call on this flop, as uncomfortable as it is. Losing to all sorts of hands, but maybe a bit early to fold your pair of 10s. Still, I wouldn't be surprised if he folded, and in fact he does. Guppy just going to make the fold. Really not wanting to get shown a worse hand there. Kind of put in a binder, and unfortunately Guppy losing another pot. Hasn't necessarily had the most favorable of runouts today, despite playing some solid poker.
You're just gonna play your hand.
Yeah.
Bet when you have it, check when you don't.
Or when you don't. Or when you have the best, the worst hand.
South Poker Shippy.
He's not playing his hand. He's playing the board. Playing chess, we're playing checkers.
9 raises, 60.
60.
4 bow. 5 bow.
Guppy raising it again with the ace-5 suited. Running into more spades from HV and a superior ace from the DryGuy. So Guppy in 3rd place at the moment. And how about flopping the joint for HV? King 9. Straight to the king. Guppy c-betting this board, which is better for his range, given that he has all the combos of ace-king here. But not much good news other than that. HV flopping the second nuts here. Probably going to bump up that aggression. Tough luck for the Gup. Cannot make the call here unless he decides to commit his hand as a bluff, which I don't really think he would find a reason to do. No backdoor equity at all, only drawing to a king. I think Guppy's main suspicion and source of hesitation here is that Queen Jack 10 boards should be all him all day, so maybe a bit suspicious of HV's raise, but HV not messing around, adjusting to the fact that even though this is a good board for Guppy, he just has too strong of a hand to do anything but fast play. And look at this. Very surprising to see this. DryGuy making the call with the just ace high. Oh, man. And punished heavily for the speculative float on the flop. Improves to a straight, but that straight is no good. HV has him crushed with the king high straight. DryGuy putting in the call on the flop. Probably not going to fold when he gets there on the turn and makes a straight. The only thing you've got to wonder is it possible that DryGuy thinks his hand is ace-8 of hearts, which I could very well see. Perhaps knows that he has red ace-8. Is possible that there is no suit check, but regardless, has made a straight, has improved, and does find the need to make the call. River, complete brick, great news for HV with that king high straight. He could be worried that he is chopping a percentage of the time with DryGuy, but regardless of that, HV's going to win this hand. Really never going to be folding even if DryGuy decides to blast it in the middle here. And HV with the knit button as well. Unfortunately, DryGuy cutting out chips. Those chips are just not coming back. He fires them out into the middle. Looks like his chosen sizing is 550. I wouldn't be surprised if HV just mashes the all-in button here, knowing that if he gets called, it's likely just a chop.
All in. 8 all in.
This one, if you got it, we got it.
6 calls.
Good hand.
And DryGuy does, in fact, make the call with the straight. HV going to felt the DryGuy.
You got me covered, right?
Yeah.
And as predicted, falling within the norm, HV always winning some massive pots towards the end of the night. That's typically going to happen when you proudly always covered the table. Here you have a look at the mini bad beat jackpot. Hit the pause button, read through it. There's the details on some of the qualifiers and the fine print of things. Also have the $100,000 bad beat jackpot, which increases weekly. That's just the starting point. Tons of cash promos here at Champions. Also closing out the football hot seat drawings as that football season starts to come to an end.
Okay. Confirm, watch confirm.
Another dealer change.
Top of the hour.
5 more hours with those
Flop the nuts, get paid, huh?
You guys.
Second nuts. HV's used to the nuts. That was second nuts. That was uncomfortable for him. Dylan Straddle.
Oh, yeah. Which way do you want me to look at?
6 backs right here.
Oh yeah, right here. Let's go.
Best game.
Six max,
Yeah.
best max.
It is heavy.
Oh yeah. Ooh. You got a limp, all right.
He has it.
You got a raise.
No, he's straddle.
5. Fold. 9 fold.
Defense.
Heads up.
Just to returning the favor I gave him.
I'll try your account.
Okay.
Yeah, do you want juicy or meow? Or either?
Strong or weak?
Ace King taking that one down. Nothing too crazy there.
No sweat for Tish, but Guppy fans are going to be sweating tears in the chat. Unfortunately, our hero must pay the nit tax. 200 is the toll. No other nit buttons remain.
Yeah, good timing.
Unless DryGuy is rebuying into the game, but I think DryGuy had already lost his nit button, if I'm not mistaken. So Guppy is responsible for the nit tax in that event. So $200 splash pot, courtesy of the Gup, coming right up.
I had a button.
It's alright, Dylan likes me more now.
That's why when you said heads up, I'm like, no, there's 3 buttons. I was counting myself into it.
You what?
Yeah,
I thought I had a button. I was like, when you said heads up, I was like, what? There's 3 of us.
Wait, so you went to call if you didn't think you had a button?
No.
Oh my gosh. Oh, you have chips. Yeah, it's perfect.
Got 100 for me.
Three weights?
Yes.
Perfect, Nick. 3 weights.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Oh, you doubled? Oh,
I feel like I should have called.
Yeah.
Might have made a mistake.
Like, this nit button was laying right here.
Yeah.
I thought it was
Oh,
mine.
yeah,
I also
confused
missed.
Oh,
thank you.
And did check that. Check the die.
3 of you.
Graphics a little bit behind here, but we'll get caught up. There are 3 players to this flop. And HV reaching for chips. He likes whatever's out there. Ace King 5, 2 hearts. He's the only one without a pair. Both Guppy and Mo connecting for middle pair. HV was going to tell the story of the queen high flush. Heart doesn't fall on the turn though.
And the great news for the Gup is that this hand is over if he's able to stick around. The bad news is he's playing against HV, who is very capable of blasting it. Guppy does have second pair, decent kicker given the circumstances, 5 and a 3 on the board, but still not comfortable by any means. You should know that HV's bet sizing here is extremely polar, saying that he has a very strong hand or nothing, and I may have missed the pre-flop action, but what really strong hands does HV actually have in this position, right? I don't think this was a big raised pot. This is the splash pot, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really make much sense for HV to have aces or kings or ace king or ace 5 even, if it was a limped pot or something close to it. So river, another 5, reduces some of the combos of value that HV could have here if he decided to get tricky and play ace 5 or 5s this way. So good call on the turn from Guppy, and the splash pot nit tax that he just had to pay coming right back to his stack.
Yeah, a little bit of interest on top. And yeah, if given the run out, that board pairing river, if he was good on the turn, he's got to be good on the river.
Yeah.
And it means his kicker doesn't have to play. So chopping at worst with any other king, but having to pay an ace. Typically when you're in hands with HV, as you're kind of alluding to, it's like you have to be ready to call all 3 streets and be ready for maximum pressure.
Mm-hmm.
So calling on the turn, good job there.
Yeah.
For Guppy. He probably factored that in, knew he was probably facing a barrel river, but loved the board pair and loved the check from HV.
And my mistake on missing the pre-flop action, but again, if there was no raise from HV, then it's going to be hard for him to credibly rep anything on that board, really, because he'd be putting raises even with hands as bad as pocket 3s, right? So difficult for HV to credibly rep a super strong hand without an extremely large sizing on the river. Only really strong hand I could see HV having by that river would be something like 5-3, for example. 5-3 suited, maybe, but only one combo of value.
Maybe this is a splash pot.
2 clubs on this board and 2 players making a pair. It's Mo with the 8 high flush draw, and Tish leads with top pair. Guppy folds the middle pair, and we go heads up now. Clubs in immediately. Check mark delivered, and check given to Mo from Tisch.
Mo going to see how much he wants Tisch to write him a check for with this bet on the turn. Probably something like half pot, maybe a little bigger than that. No need to polarize with this bet super hard just yet. Don't want Tisch to fold. But Tisch, wise man, understands that Mo probably has something decent in this spot, and as it happens, a flush is the best hand, and Tisch makes the correct fold.
Straddle this on. 10 to call.
This is where all the magic's happening.
Yeah.
Alright,
Last hour.
Five
Where all
fold.
the magic happens.
6 fold. 8 fold.
The pain, suffering.
9 call.
We're catching on. Living is pimping.
Then people decide to bully.
75. Raised to 75. And 3, 9 folds. Oh,
I just can't help myself. It's like the cookie jar, like I put my hand in.
Nines still best on this Broadway flop.
And Cobb with the C-bet of 50. Board that should favor him as the aggressor.
$100.
Juicy likes to get aggressive on board textures like this, though. Is going to put in a bit of a spicy raise with the 10-6 of spades, backdoor spade draw. Nice hand to do this with. I think the best hand to do this with in this spot would be a hand that unblocks a lot of Cobb's ace-x type of hands. So hands like Jack-10, for example, would be great. Blocks combos of ace-jack and ace-10, for example. But still, cool to see it nonetheless. The bad news for Juicy is the ace of clubs is really a pretty bad turn for him because he can't really continue representing his story that he's got a strong hand like a queen or more specifically an ace. Going to be hard to get that respect out of Cobb. But Juicy's going to try. Going to commit to this line that he's taken, continuing for 300. Cobb's going to have to be real suspicious of this now because it's just not very likely that Juicy has an ace given that there's 3 of them on the board. Really only losing to a queen at this point. So again, going to make that call. And Cobb drawing to a 10 and a 10 only. And there will be no salvation from the board. So it's going to have to come from the barrel. And we'll see if Juicy can fire a big enough shot to get Cobb to fold. And to be honest, it's as unfortunate as for Juicy. He's already committed about 500 to this barrel. It's going to be real difficult to make this a believable story without absolutely lobbing something massive in there. Counting out his inventory now, reviewing his stack, seeing what it might take to get a fold out of Cobb. And as scary as it is, the only size that works is probably all of the chips or at least pot at this point. Wow.
Does find the jam.
Such a sick line. I love it. And Cobb now furling his brow, cracking his knuckles. Does this guy really have quads? Because that's all Juicy's saying. He's saying he has quads almost exclusively. Maybe he has a queen, and Cobb is value owning himself. Probably does not put Juicy on a hand like jacks or tens or kings in this situation. So it's a queen and ace or absolutely nothing at all.
We're gonna play a
In this case, it is nothing at all, so blender time for Cobb.
More hands.
No matter what happens this hand, really sick bluff from Juicy.
He texts me, he's like, I gave everything on HV. But then he's like, but he said he's gonna give me a nice steak dinner. But I'm not sure if that's a good trade-off.
Andrew said that?
Ethan.
Oh, Ethan.
What did he say?
Yeah. He said you promised him and Tish steak dinner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tish should pay for my steak this year.
I guarantee you, I'm in the red against HV this year. Well, this year, actually, I'm in the green. But
Looks like he's going to fold. Doesn't like it. And Nick game on, he's going to have to look at the worst hand.
oh, come on. Get that off your face.
Sick.
Meow!
I think I saw this before.
Yeah. I just have the Billie Eilish songs recommend.
Sick line taken from Juicy.
What are you doing now?
He's doing meow.
The cat was hungry. Getting aggressive with it.
Min click the flop.
I think I saw this before.
You saw it before?
It was on the clip,
In your
right?
dreams?
Yeah, you're crazy.
Versus the,
That's a highlight.
That's got to be a highlight reel.
I thought it was quads straight up.
the only difference is that's how Matt calls.
Yeah. It doesn't even matter which one because you don't have to play a queen that way, I don't think.
Cobb giving us a little insight.
I guess because the only thing I have better usually is kings. Like you could. Rarely though. You might take a smaller sizing. I think you might bet smaller. Might not jam.
Thinking that it truly was quads, that he wouldn't play queens that way.
I know you won't.
Or a queen.
But yeah, because then I could have a queen. Yeah. I'm not folding a queen.
Can you believe this guy? Good fold. Smirking.
No, I was still, when you said good fold.
Quads or nothing was the story being told.
Oh my god.
And a believable story. Looking at this flop, DryGuy has connected with a pair of aces. Guppy has missed with Jack High.
That was a plot.
Backdoor dreams, but Guppy not one to speculate in these marginal spots and is going to allow DryGuy to take down this pot.
If you faded this grab, you faded a snap, you should be alright.
Yeah, if you faded a snap, he takes it, still calls though.
No, I'm balancing my
take.
take. I'm balancing my take.
But like not with quads, he snap call you with quads.
Yeah, exactly. That's what he said.
Yeah.
That's what he said. Yeah.
I'm saying like you faded the snap call, you might get a chance to see him.
Next time just have an ace.
Next time.
There's always a chance, but his tank is not always. He eventually gets to the call.
Yeah, I probably, when I think, I probably call slightly more rapidly than that.
Think long, think wrong, you know what they say?
No, I was super.
Meow, 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 meow.
6 fold. I was close to random.
Let me get you a tip. He never jammed it with a queen there, so it's either
I know.
with a quads or nothing.
I thought it was quads or king jack, king 10 mistart.
No.
But it was none of those. It was 10 6.
King high, he checked back because he might win.
3 fold, 4 fold.
Suited ace king for Guppy.
King high might win.
3 bets, 150. No flop, and gets rid of the net button.
Yeah, you had ace.
Bit of a freebie there for Guppy, but we will take the freebies for sure.
Jacks, 10s, 9s, 8s, all the same there. The same shit. I just didn't know. I had to call turn. I had to see if you were willing to try and bluff me off my pocket pair. You were. Gotta give you props. Most people I sampled that, but I've seen you do some crazy.
I never see him do that in my life.
Yeah, what about 5-6 off against Tisch, huh? You weren't there for that with your ace queen for 5K?
Yeah.
Whereas when it comes to meow, you can never say never a bluff. You can never use that word never.
Never.
It might be a bluff.
Never!
Never say never.
You might need it either.
5s now for Juicy,
Can you get it?
It's okay. We'll get
aka Meow.
We'll get him back. back, Cobb.
Yeah, wow.
Wow.
I want revenge right now.
Maybe now, yeah. Did he pick up on the live read?
Now you just put me on pocket pair and blast it off of the fold, and it worked to perfection. He was right out of pocket pair, and he's right that out of
How
fold.
much did he bet on the flop again?
He check raised me to, I bet 50, but he check raised 200. Continued for 300.
Now Cobb trying to put pressure back on Juicy, but gonna see a flop obviously with the fives.
Damn, boy!
Cobb looking to get rid of his nip button and action flop.
That nip button.
Set of fives for Juicy and the nut flush draw for Cobb. We will see blood this hand most likely. A very quick check though. Actually, a bit surprised to see that. I think Cobb may be using a bit of like live body language strategy to disguise the strength of his hand or his draw. Maybe get himself paid more often if he gets hit, just with a snap check back. Juicy, of course, with the best hand and no heart, none of the time for Cobb. Juicy with the effective nuts. Obviously not actually, but you know what I mean. Set of fives feels pretty darn good in this spot, and it is. So Cobb got a lot of equity improvement on the turn with his open-ended straight draw as well, but just not going to be good enough for him. And obviously has one of the worst possible hands to ever call with, so it's just going to have to snap fold.
Open-ended. Nut flush draw.
What a beautiful hand.
Brick. Thank you for not checking.
You know what?
Juicy goes for 1500 river, and Cobb shows the missed combo draw.
You never know. You never know that.
Next hand has to be value, right?
You never know that.
Which reverse he might flop.
Yeah. That is some deep. That is some deep shit right there, Dylan.
Best time to get. He knows he's not supposed to.
right after you
well,
go.
you know.
But you know what, Dylan? Sometimes we go too deep.
Yeah.
Sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes.
You would have seen that he would have won that hand, right?
You know what they say? Don't go. Never mind, actually.
Yeah, what do you say?
Don't go deep enough where they can't even dig.
Yeah, the nuts. 40.
Let's play a big one.
Third time's got to be the charm.
Cobb raising it up with the suited queen and 9. And DryGuy looking down at a premium holding with the configurations has king, queen offsuit, looking to 3-bet his hand here.
See it in a little bit.
King, queen, king, jack, queen, jack.
It's like the perfect time to bluff, right?
That'd be a sick reverse level.
It was absolutely not a bluff. He got greedy, and I didn't care, so it didn't matter. How much?
160.
Cobb with a pretty hand and also a pretty defendable hand with the queen 9 suited. So we are going heads up to this flop with Cobb holding his nip button. DryGuy unfortunately dominating him here, unfortunately for Cobb. But we get another action flop. We see a flush draw for Cobb and a strong middle pair for DryGuy and a good board for his range with the ace-king high.
Doing the shoving yourself.
Cobb, of course, flopping that flush draw, not going to be able to fold to really any c-bet as long as it's not egregiously big.
Monkey tilt is where you blast off. Yeah, that makes sense.
Red turn, but the wrong suit for Cobb.
Why turtle?
DryGuy may consider slowing down here. This board is better for his range by a lot. Maybe trying to deny some equity, but is going to recognize he will get called by ace-x's pretty often in this spot. So a wise check on the turn. And for Cobb, probably the same principle. Really only ever going to get straight air to fold unless he bets huge here. So he may end up checking back to see showdown with his equity, but don't blame him for counting out some chips here. Hoping to fold out the weakest portions of DryGuy's range. And DryGuy snap folds the king, doesn't even consider it, and Cobb is going to take down the pot with just the queen high.
Wait, so HV and Dylan.
And we are heads up between HV and Tisch for the Nick game.
Dude, anyone else that snap folds is like, God, are you capable? Love it, man. Great content for the stream too.
This is where you
Like, is it a punt?
HV.
You know, like the caption.
Revenge.
Question mark, exclamation mark, like all caps. Like,
Come and get it.
Genius when it works.
I really gotta respect as well and give a nod to Cobb for how well he's taking that hand. A lot of people, especially when playing stream, get so caught up in the meta of, I don't want to be bluffed, I don't want this to be recorded. So much easier to find some folds or take a little bit more like passive or conservative lines when you're just playing out floor game. Nobody gets to see what you're folding. But Cobb having some fun over that hand, not giving himself a hard time and just focusing on playing the cards dealt to him, not dwelling on the fold.
3 players.
HV taking the lead with his 7-6 of hearts.
This had no bet.
But DryGuy going to bet out with his open ender and will win the pot.
5 is good. 5 is good.
I think I'm behind that.
Yeah.
The last 3 hands that have been tabled have been
2 over.
Any heart 4, 5, 7, 8.
Yeah.
There's like a lot.
Yeah.
I might be
So much airballing going on right now. So much airballing.
This is outrageous.
So many flush draws ever made. Flush draws are so fun to bluff before.
What do you? No. An airball is really like a no. I consider an airball like a low, like a no equity.
No equity. Yeah, low to no equity. Yeah. Naked gun.
Those were
reasonable bluff.
Those were bluffs with equity, with reasonable.
No equity bluff is when like you figure out who's got real massive wheel.
Yeah.
Like Randy Southpark.
Yes.
See, now I'm going to be scared.
And we are at the 30-minute warning. Just about 30 minutes left on the stream. Thank you to everyone who's joined us in the chat tonight. And of course, everyone watching along at home, whether you're chatting or not. We appreciate having you here.
No, Dylan. Use your aura and manifest.
I'm going to try.
Use it and manifest the sickest hero call ever.
Just harness the power of the chat pros.
Yeah.
You gotta change.
Come on, that's not the aura that we know from the gut.
It's a religion.
We are at the half hour.
I'm pretty surprised I called and showed that.
Cool.
Nah, not off the tank actually. After the tank, you probably figured I had that. Something like that, 8s or 9s. Oh yeah, you said 8s.
Yeah. 8s plus.
Yeah, my hand's pretty face up, so it's basically a game of chicken.
I want to know chicken soup. 6 calls. 8 raises, 15.
Suited ace king for HV here. He's on the button.
Yes.
And ace king off in the big blind. I think 9, 7, and 6 Trey are definitely not seeing the flop, but gonna have battle of the ace king and see if anybody gets a free roll to a flush draw.
Sometimes maybe he takes he goes smaller, but enough times he plays.
Thank God I don't have to use anything stupid.
The first ace king had raised to 50, now faces a raised to 250.
He thought 8s through jack.
Both these players so deep.
Maybe he thought a queen could meet.
HV just calls in position.
If we had no history, maybe.
2 diamonds. Only diamond in the hand belongs to Juicy.
A pretty inflated flop, or pot rather, pre-flop with the ace-king versus ace-king action. Juicy, of course, with the only diamond available in his hand.
Marvel leveling wars.
And this will be a chop pot regardless. Both players just letting it go check, not really wanting to overinflate the pot against each other, giving each other a lot of respect, knowing these players have a lot of history. Chop it up, ace-king.
Oh my
I had ace-5 suited.
And HV loses a little bit just because, well, 1, he's in position, so the chop goes to the out-of-position player, and 2, more importantly so, he can't get rid of the knit button. Knit game continues.
Ace King High was nutted right there.
And the Nick game goes on.
Real World's Champion in chat asking about Bobby Filet. Will Bobby Filet make a return to the stream? I hope so.
That'd be disgusting. I blocked the stream.
He plays very frequently here in the room.
You hear that?
He was out of town for quite a while, moved back here to Houston again, and I saw him just yesterday. Don't think I saw him today.
Yeah, shout out Bobby if you are watching or do catch up on the VOD. Bobby, one of the all-time stream favorites for a good reason.
Yeah, and that style of play that Real World's Champion is referencing, I can attest to the fact that Bobby still plays that way. Still has some very interesting lines.
I've been running good in the Nick game. I haven't lost, but except once. But then I won the spot.
Ace Wheel raises it up pre-flop, and DryGuy does have the DryGuy. Continues out of position and gets called.
And improvement for the DryGuy now with the gutter ball to go along with the DryGuy. HV, no improvement, queen high. And that 3 now no longer live, drawing to exactly a queen.
An ace-8, you had an ace-8 of hearts.
Wonder if HV is... Okay, I was going to say he's definitely brewing something here, probably because he has a knit button, but I was wondering if he would try and get creative with a raise of some sort here.
Thinking about what size I'd get.
Be a bit of a hard story to tell, and I don't think DryGuy would be folding given the equity that he has just with the gut shot. So wisely gets out of the way.
I actually was thinking please bet.
Biding his time. He's been in this Nick game locking horns with Tisch money for quite some time.
That plays that way. Because your turn bet was big. Like 2/3 or more. God, I turned the world brick everywhere. But it's fine. Oh, that didn't get to showdown?
Nope.
What if someone connected 6 raises? I will see later. Raise 150 from 8 and down.
We're at the zoo today.
5 folds. And a call from 6 heads up.
Does anyone know what octopi poker is?
No.
It's like a tracking thing for results.
Yeah, kind of like the same thing as
HV heads up again with DryGuy, but this time HV with a more significant share of the pot equity-wise with the 3-4 suited. DryGuy just with the ace-jack high is going to look HV up here. Calling that 150. No improvement for either player. HV still open-ended. DryGuy going to check, and if HV is going to want to win this pot, he will have to do it the hard way, I think. Does end up just checking back. And the river's a brick. DryGuy with the best hand with just ace-jack high. HV will have to bluff in order to win this hand. Don't believe we're going to see a check back here. HV's got a nip button, but also nothing to lose with just this 3-4 high. Will lose the pot if he checks, and that's a given, so got to give it a try. And DryGuy not snap folding the ace-jack high. He's thinking about this. And he's reaching for chips as well. I'd be interested to see what his idea is behind this hero call. Maybe thinking HV's just full of it because of the Nick game, and he is right in this instance. HV doing the fake power move where he throws his knit button forward. In this instance, he is balanced with it. This is a stone cold bluff. DryGuy's reaching for calling chips. He's not folding. I think HV's about to get this one thrown back in his face. And that would be fun to see. DryGuy really wanting to look him up with ace high here. And he does. HV not pleased. DryGuy with the ace high hero call.
Holy.
Nice hand.
Lost a big one to HV. Got felted not too long ago.
Why? Why?
And yeah, it's nice to get a little bit back
Nice call.
and find the ace high hero.
God, it would have been sick if you were bluffing deuces though.
The straddle is on. A double.
Monkey.
It is. It's 20. 9 folds. 1 fold.
Raise.
Raise to 103 and 4 and 5 fold. 100 and a fall from 6.
Cobb raising it up with the ace king. Oh, and DryGuy calling. HV's on a warpath now. Not pleased with the hero call last hand. Is going to bump it up with the queen 8 offsuit to 500. The bad news, HV, Cobb's not messing around with his button open this time. He's got ace king. And I assume we will see a 4-bet or just a rip, to be honest. HV's sizing makes it such that Cobb could just comfortably blast his stack in there and not feel too bad about it. I think Cobb is just going to choose a regular 4-bet sizing, 1250 in this instance. HV immediately releases his cards.
But I don't have to.
Damn.
And a couple of unfortunate pots not going HV's way. Don't think HV is necessarily the big winner. Should still be well in the black, but I think you might be back on top, or maybe Cobb is still doing well. I'm not sure. We'll have to check the numbers, but Mo, Cobb, HV, it's now probably a pretty close race for top of the leaderboard.
I have saran wrap if you need it. Just give me a holler.
It's all one session. It's all one session.
And HV finally looking down at a real one here. Ace Jack offsuit. Limps over to him for $5 and HV raising it to 80.
That hand's losing enough, I think.
Fish Money finds the fold, but Mo and DryGuy both going to defend.
If I didn't trust my defenders, I would definitely call.
And a King 10 high board. Both of HV's opponents with a stone cold whiff on this board. HV should just breathe on this pot and take it away. Unfortunately for Tisch, HV is going to take it down. So despite a couple of decent pots not going HV's way, he will still not have to pay the nit tax. And Tisch Money will pay the 200 for the splash pot.
Someone's raised it every single time.
I'll limp if everyone else does binding.
I'll limp.
Just do a $10 bot or so, yeah. $10.
I don't know, man. This is where the real edge in this game is.
Yeah.
Is in this.
Blast off.
You lose the nit game to win the splash pot.
Yeah, you're more favored.
Exactly.
You're heavily favored.
Tisch, partially a favorite to win the splash pot. Has good position right now. But if we're talking about hand strength, 7-3 probably not a good candidate, especially when Mo has black queens on the button.
Probably even harder when DryGuy just puts in the call, and even worse when HV wakes up with the Cowboys in the big blind. Well, well, well. It all comes down to the predictions, and I hate to say it, Kyle, but the deck looks like it has favored me tonight with this prediction. We have a bit of a cold deck.
Yeah, and this is perfect just because it's close to the end of the night, right at like 5 hands left, and it's our picks for big winner.
So if Mo flops a set, then he's safe, and he's going to comfortably take it. And if he doesn't, HV will walk away as the big winner.
How does he do it?
He manages to find the clutch big pots in overtime every time without fail.
I'm just wondering how they get it in at this point. I mean, they're set to, right? Like
The answer is Mo 4-bets, DryGuy folds, and well, it's going to be a call here.
look at his reaction. It's like, I've got kings. What is he 4-bet jamming?
HV cannot fold. Let's make that clear. He's not snap calling because Mo's jam looks obviously monstrously strong, splash pot or not.
Okay.
Over HV's big blind squeeze, this is a massive jam. HV knows he can't fold and will make the call.
Holy shit! Clip it.
So enormous pot brewing here. Biggest pot of the night by a country mile. We're looking at a pot that is probably close to $8,500 with the splash pot in mind. Massive, massive spot to end the evening for both of these players. Mo needing a lot of help on this run out. $9,000 pot to end off the night.
Two boards.
Gonna go 2 full boards for this massive, massive spot as well. Understandably so. Nearly a $10,000 pot in a 1-3 turned 5-5 game. Huge pot, regardless of the stakes.
Mo needs to find a red queen somewhere on this run out or the second.
And the first run out is secured for HV.
Both players not loving that ace river, I'm sure. They're trying to get a little bit of a read.
Yeah.
I had an ace.
There is still hope for Mo. He has traded his queens for jacks as far as outs go, but a board pair would seal the deal for HV. 1 card away from scooping a near $10,000 pot.
Wow.
Wow, and a jack from space to chop the pot Mo with a big wince.
Jack one time and it came.
Wow.
What a cooler in the
Wow. Unbelievable.
HV 1 card away from winning that 9K pot, but now has to chop it up.
So sick this game is. Mo sick to his stomach after seeing the first run out. Arguably even worse on the second, knowing he's about to get scooped in a nearly $10,000 pot, and spikes one of the last 4 outs in the deck.
Why is it's in the pot anyway? So
It should just be split. It should just be split.
Hey, you always split.
So Mo was hearing us talk about our hands. He's like, I have 0 out.
But when the king came, he figured probably he might have king, so he might have known.
Everybody's
I didn't think
fine
it's
with the split, so we're here to
Just-
Was that never the rule?
I don't. He said the top board, but I mean, it seems like it's the pot.
I think we should split the pot. Yeah.
Done it is the splash is just always like
Yeah, that's a sick one.
There was a time at a different.
I also, and I'm sure, I mean, I've been in that spot before too, where it's like you hit your set or you hit some 2 pair that you didn't need, and it somehow gives your opponent the run out that they need. And you're like, come on, man, why did I have to hit my set?
Why'd the king have to come out,
Yeah.
you know? And let's pass him a couple doors down. Oh my gosh.
What is happening?
No way. Mo,
Kings for Mo and ace king for HV. They're set to collide again. The poker gods are sick.
and I don't know what's happening, but I haven't seen Guppy's hand, but he's not folding, and it's queens for Guppy. This is so sick. I'm sorry. For all of you hearing my excitement at home, this is crazy. 2 hands back to back, very end of the stream. We have kings versus queens all in for a chop. Kings versus ace king versus queens now for what's sure to be a monster pot, splash pot or no.
Live poker is rigged.
Huge, huge pots to end the night. Crazy stuff coming in. Gup fans, brace yourselves. This is the final hurdle, and he's going to have to do the impossible. He's going to have to do exactly what Mo just did. Mo putting in the 5-bet with the kings. HV in the middle of a Guppy cold 4-bet and a Mo 5-bet. I think HV, as painful as it is going to have to sniff this out and let his hand go.
Yeah, and it's such a small 5-bet.
And that 5-bet sizing is only really taken by hands like aces or kings, right?
Yeah, and it's obviously targeting the stack size of Guppy. Guppy, the effective stack here.
Mint condition. 1K.
HV making a really disciplined fold there. Let's not let that get lost in the moment. This is a huge pot, but HV smiling and shaking his head.
Call in and a quick call.
Mo calling, and we're back with kings versus queens for the second hand in a row. 2 for 2 on this hand. Let's see if the result is the same or not. Oh my gosh, and a queen on the flop. Now Mo needs another jack in order to win the pot back.
Dead to jack. The jack's I'm in the river though, it's for memes.
2 times?
Yes, 2 boards. First board going to the set of queens, though. Safe run out so far for the kings on the second flop.
And we're going to be chopping it up again. Kings versus queens. Unreal.
Oh my god.
An identical result. One hand later. Absolutely sick. Poker gods don't want violence for these players. They've worked too hard tonight for all that. Unreal stuff.
Chris, and kings and queens back to back again.
You're right, Tish. That's exactly what I'm doing.
That was what he just finished saying.
Sick stuff.
Sure, shuffle those nice.
Why do we like this game? Because of stuff like this.
Exactly.
I can't take another one of these.
I mean, that's fair.
Take one off.
I don't think I can.
Mo's heart rate right now.
It's all about that voodoo deck.
Through the roof.
I think Mo's heart rate is ice cold. He's one of the coldest cats in the business. He might have the lowest heart rate at the table. Besides Juicy.
Can't take it.
Definitely not holding.
I'm gonna go to the hospital.
He's like, oh, I can fold now.
Stroke or a stress.
Thank goodness.
Or a stress attack.
Folds to HV's button. He's got a suited queen. Goes 30.
Sick.
And Mo, my God. I need to call you.
9-7 defends the straddle. It's heads up now. Not exactly kings versus queens this time, but it is a king high flop. HV hits his sidecar and takes it down.
Generous.
When was the last time I called something this time?
I was happy when you said you had ace king, and then I was hoping you had ace.
We have Romain, Remy, Romand in chat,
Immediately after he
loving the last couple hands. Where's the max pain? The pot's that type of size, it's, a little understandable. Players fine with going twice.
No pain for that.
And you asked twice.
Yeah, no pain, just max sweat.
Immediately went twice. Like, that would be actually messed up.
I don't think you do that.
I always run twice, even if I have aces.
No, I
Hopefully we get Romain back on one of these streams.
Yeah.
Another one of our stream regulars.
You know, you gotta reduce a little bit of variance in some of these bids.
Yeah.
Ace 4 and ace queen developing. Ace 4 in the cutoff, now facing a 3-bet to 1 1/4 from Guppy. Takes it down, no flop. Just a couple hands left. If you're out there still watching, we do appreciate you. Don't forget to hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't already.
You have to keep a flat.
Come on back. We've got plenty of streams on the way.
Well, you gotta keep it.
And we will be streaming the final table of the 100K
Keep it straight. Keep it.
upcoming this Saturday. HV in the chat, driving home, multitasking. Please be safe, sir. But always good seeing you in chat.
This stream is super cringy. What do you mean?
Sure, it's not so many. The bar is low. It's expected.
In the not so distant past, he raised on the hijack a suited 10-6.
Yeah.
Trying to win the last couple hands of the night.
Offsuit, probably, yeah. Probably still, yeah.
HV versus DryGuy again. Goes check pretty quick on the ace king 4 flop. DryGuy leads out and gets a fold.
It's not the brightest, poppiest purple.
And folks, we have one more pot, one more hand, and that will be the end of the stream. Thank you again so much for tuning in. It's been a pleasure, of course, to be back on the stream. Always enjoy being in the box.
Is this the last hand?
This is the booth, I guess. The box is the dealer, but close enough.
It feels like a box sometimes, you know?
Yeah.
Tons of high quality, very expensive equipment back here. No, it is quite an impressive
Yeah, I like that. Like racing.
production quality back here. We have some room. I've been in worse situations for commentary.
It's a real nice setup we have here. Again, always a pleasure to be on. We'll see if anything interesting develops for the last hand.
Yeah, that's fair. I survived.
Not so far. It's folding into the blinds, and Tisch, 9s in the small blinds, goes to 80.
Mo's got a defendable hand. He's got the queen 9 suited. But we're not just defending it. We are 3-betting it. Aggressive poker would demand it so. And DryGuy with the most real-looking hand of all here with the ace-queen suited. Definitely a spot to put in that cold 4-bet. Action coming from the small and big blind as well. But he does just decide to make the call. I do see that a queen is dead, so... Tisch and Mo making the call for the last pot of the stream. Almost 700 in the middle. And bang for DryGuy. This hand is over, pretty much. We have the flopped nut flush for the DryGuy. No DryGuy this time, just the stones. And Tisch with an overpair and the 9 of spades in hand. Maybe inclined to make a call, but it's still a bit awkward. Given his opponent's SPR. Could get quite dicey quite quick.
Fold.
Smart fold from Tisch Money.
That's wild.
Wow.
Wow. Good hand.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, I think I missed clear.
Well, that is going to do it for us this evening.
25 more.
Crazy 1-3 action. As usual, honestly. And there you have it. The lowest VPIP is 34%. Most of players playing 40% of hands or more. Super active table. And the PFR is going to say the same thing. Plenty of 3-bets and 4-bets. Plenty of pot building throughout the entire night. 1K was the buy-in for all players, and you can see the chips definitely moved around. Kenny losing 6,800, DryGuy down 4,000, trips 2.1, Guppy 600, and Tisch Money, the big winner of the night, 3,400 for him, 3,300 for Cobb, 2,700 for both HV and Mo. We can call that a push. That's pretty even.
I'm calling it a chop. We were wrong about who it was, and they were both up the same amount. I see this as a win for us both.
Yeah, that actually happened last time. I did this with Dan, but got to mention Juicy also booking a win and pulling off the biggest bluff of the night for sure. That'll probably turn into a YouTube short. But for Chrisu, this is Kyle Miller signing out. Come on back and see us soon here at Champions Club in Houston, Texas. Thanks, y'all.